Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Today is day 12. Shout out to Rita. Just got in. Rita, see you became a member. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting my channel. Thank you guys for being here today. Good morning to all of the mods. I see some already here. Ah! Thank you, Miss Sheila. Thank you. I told y'all it is slow but steady over there on TikTok right now. But it's all good. It's all good. They are making me work, and I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. Good morning. Thank you so much. Hey, Sugar. Good morning, and good morning, Miss Sheila. Good morning, Carol. Good morning, Sherika. Hey, Caitlin. Hey, Miss Eyes. Good morning, Rita. Good morning, Tiffany. Good morning. Thank you. Girl, I gotta stay off TikTok late. Not sure what was going on last night, but I would normally be asleep, especially now that I'm up here early. I'm normally asleep by 11, 12, somewhere up in there. And last night I was up. And I'm gonna blame Isha. Y'all know Isha, get my hair done tomorrow. I'm gonna blame her. Cause she did it. And I was like, that's a trending sound. Let me do that. My little sister and I, we try to do our normal content and throw like trending sounds in our algorithm as well. Well, that was the sound. And y'all see, I almost failed trying to do that sound. But yeah, blame Isha. I saw her this morning. She had boots on the ground. You know when they say where them fans at? Y'all, Isha had a box fan. Baby, she cracks me up. She had a box fan. Talk about where them fans at. Oh my God, y'all, that tickled me so bad this morning. When I tell you I was getting my tea and crying, laughing at Isha. But yes, that's that. Blame Isha for the 2 a.m. Pink Roll Chronicles. All Isha's fault. Good morning, Alicia. Good morning, Tiffany. How are you this morning? Good morning. Good morning. I see. Let's see. Let me go there. Hey, Vitra. Good morning. She said, "Who on the stand today?" So, y'all, I do have the witness list. We can go over it. I don't know who's going to come next, but I can tell you who's already gone and who's still on the list. Hey, Haley. Good morning. Good morning, Black Sheep, baby. You early again. Wait a minute. Hold on, just a second. Good morning, India. Good morning, Nicole. Good morning, Jasmine. How are you? Hey, Crystal. Good morning, Miss Renee. Good morning, Angela. Good morning, Lo. Lo in here early again today, too. Good morning, T. Good morning, Brianna. Oh, Brianna sent me a really, really great. It was a documentary on Netflix. It was called Untold. It's about Javaris Crittenden and Gilbert Arenas, surprising YSL um character unlocked in it. Really, really great. Never heard of Javaris before. It was really great. I heard of Gilbert Arenas, so it was good to kind of see what was going on in his career. Really, really great interview. I mean, not interview, documentary. Please go watch. And thank y'all. Y'all always send me great stuff. Thank you, Brianna, for sending that to me. I really enjoy watching it. It's only about an hour and 20 minutes, too, guys. Um, Good morning, Gigi. Good morning, Laura. She said, even though this is your fault, Laura, don't make it my fault, friend. Don't make it my fault. I'll send Miss Jason blood pressure meds. I will. I will. Good morning, Georgette. How are you? Hey, Phoenix. Hey, Kaylin. Good morning, Mika P. How are you this morning? Good morning, Erica. How are you, friend? Good morning, Karen. Good morning, Sonia. Erica, did you send me a video? I don't recall. And I haven't been scrolling a lot. But I haven't seen it. Send it to me. Good morning, Sugar again. Good morning, Delta P. Hey, Jabria. Good morning, Quiet Storm. Let's see. Good morning, Shavana. She said, "Good morning, Mill and Chat. I hope you guys are having a blessed start to your day." I am. Thank you so much, and same to you. Let's get this crazy trial started because it has been crazy. Good morning, Megan. Hey, DJ Mommy. Good morning, Life with Siobhan. Good morning, Claudia. Hey, Tidra. Good morning, Gina. Gina sent me a picture with about 7 to 8 inches of snow yesterday. And you could like tell from the placement of her, I have the picture. You could tell from the placement of her trash can, which was against the house, that was probably 3 to 4 inches. Either way, I'm still trying to understand how John was covered in snow. Okay, I was about to say, now, Gina, we just talked. This was what Gina sent me yesterday. And I don't know if you guys can tell, that's the garbage can to my, I'm looking at the right, probably your left. No way, the man was in a mound of snow. I still can't believe that. Was he covered in snow? Probably so, but not a mound. Good morning, Heather. Good morning, Dan. How are you? Hey, Fatima. Hey, Ronnie's World. Good morning, Court Junkie Amanda. Good morning. Good morning, Cass. Good morning, Jalen. Hey, Ashley. Hey, Summer. Good morning, Cheryl. Hey, Tasha. Hey, Robin, how are you this morning? Good morning, Brianna with an A. How are you? Hey, T, so dope. Good morning, Sleepy. Good morning, Trey. I think that's a new one. And then from Nashville, some Tennessee love. Good morning. Good morning, Tasha with a flower. Mailing that road. I'm just waiting on Mariah to wake up and text me and say, what are you doing? And don't think I didn't see Key in those comments this morning. I couldn't comment because I was rushing. Good morning, Tati. Good morning, Ebony. How are you this morning? Good morning, Miss. Is it Godiva or Godiva? I asked that before, and I hope I catch your response this time. Good morning, Too Pretty. Good morning. Y'all too pretty. I told her this morning something that I realized. We don't even know if John is really gone. She gonna text me back and say, oh my God, Mel, why did you make me think that? Where is he? Where is he? I said, girl, no. The Emmy has not taken the stand, and we're at day 12. They did this again last time, but we know why. Because his death was ruled. I mean, the manner of death was undetermined. Cause of death was undetermined. They will not hear homicide on that stand. So they don't want the jury to form an opinion so early in the trial. So there we are. Good morning, fam. Good morning. Good morning, Kay. How are you? I see we still got her clone today. Good morning, Melanie and Chad. We still have her clone. That's okay. We love the clone too. Hey, Kiera. Hey, Monique T. How are you this morning? Good morning, Bridget Garrison. How are you? Hey, Mia. Hey, Amy. Good morning, OLM. Good morning, Alice. Good morning. Hey, Tia Tennille. Good morning, Miss Mika. Brittany, thank you so much for becoming a member. Nicole said, Mel, me waking up at 2 a.m. and checking my phone, I was not expecting to see you in that dang road. Y'all need a little laughter sometimes. You know, you need a little laughter sometimes. And I was up like, oh dang, I've been meaning to do this video. And Isha gave me the idea. I said, well, I'm gonna do my video like Isha, except I wasn't gonna put my hands on my knees and I wasn't gonna put too much in the little twerk. You know, Isha was giving it. Isha was giving it over there. Good morning, Jazz with the yellow heart. Good morning. Baby, I love Isha. Good morning, Lexi. Good morning. Good morning, LL. Hey, kids. Good morning. Period. Now, y'all, now this is my boy's birthday. Good morning and happy birthday, kids. Happy birthday. I know you're not moving that truck today. I just know you're not moving that truck today now, friend. You got to leave that. You might have to leave that. It's Thursday. You might have to leave that truck in the yard today. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy birthday. That is so amazing. I love when y'all be here celebrate birthdays. And I hope when it's your birthday. Go do something, celebrate, okay? Good morning. Hey, Nana, how are you? Good morning, Nicola. Good morning. Good morning, Stephanie. I hope I am clear. Quiet Storm. What documentary? Are you already watching it? Because if you just started watching it, you won't get what we're talking about yet. You won't get what we're talking about. If you're talking about the Untold, it gets deep into it before you be like, yeah. It was good though. It was a really great documentary. Good morning, Ash. Ash, I'm happy to see you on, friend. Sending you my love this morning. With the loss of your aunt. And I hope are you at work today, Ash? I'm gonna look in the chat, make sure I see you respond to that. If you are at work today, friend, take some time if you need to. I'm sure. I think you told me where you work at. They have policies, baby. They better give you a room or something. Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Gwen. Gwen, I hope everything went well yesterday. Good morning, Brashana. Hello. Hey, Denise. I'm trying to make sure y'all think I'm almost at the end. Good morning, Brittany. Good morning, Miss Cutie Pie. How are you this morning? 94 on the like button. I appreciate that. It's 200 of us in here. We could at least get those likes to 200 before it gets a little crowded in here. Let's go ahead and knock it out. Good morning, Twice Twisted. Good morning, Felicia. How are you? Good morning, Angel Baby. Good morning, Tracy. Good morning, Lanique. How are you? Unrelated, but Mel, can we please talk about the police? Oh, I can't talk about it. I don't get it. So my little sister doesn't really watch trials a lot, but you know, we're from Memphis and it's all over Memphis. And she said that one of her friends seems to think that the feds picked the case up. I hadn't followed it. I'll have to come back to it. She said something about not being charged state level. I don't know what my sister was really saying, but end of story, I've got to figure it out. I just can't believe after that video they were acquitted. And she was trying to say, you know, basically as if Memphis didn't want to charge them knowing the feds was coming. I said, ma'am, it went to the jury. It went to the jury. 12 people found them not guilty. You can't look at that video like I saw it. You can't look at that video and not think that these people didn't intentionally harm him. They were acquitted on all charges. And now his parents, hell, I don't even know if Memphis will be a city after they bankrupt them. I don't even know if Memphis will be a city once his parents get done with them. So I don't know. I don't know what went wrong. I didn't watch the case. My plan is after Karen Reed is to go watch it so that I can understand. But what's crazy, y'all, there were 5 officers. 3 were on trial in that case. 2 of them took a plea. 2 of them took a plea and 1, I think, testified. So only 2 of them were punished at all. The other 3 went to trial and got off. I don't get it. I don't get it. Good morning. Hey, Kaylin. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Bia. Good morning. Good morning. I think we are. Good morning, Emily C. Good morning, Melanie Sims. How are you? Hey, Big Lou. Good morning. Hey, let me leave that up there and we can chat about that. I felt like that's where this was going. Good morning, T. Lynn. Good morning. Let me see. I was at T. Lynn. That right there just really threw me off, Haley. Good morning, Mira. Hey, the good glow. Good morning, Marquita. Are we going to have Buchanan today? His name looks nothing like it's spelled, and that's really bothering me. Ash, I told him I feel like a school teacher. Hey, Amir, good morning. Good morning, Emmy. It's Virgo Diva. Goddamn. What the hell are... It's Virgo Diva. Thank you, pretty. Hell, why was I saying Godiva? I can't even remember the whole name. Uh-oh. Angie Davis said, good morning from Memphis, Maine. Good morning, Angie. I felt that Maine. Now you make me want some A&R barbecue. Thank you. I felt that one. Good morning, Melissa P. Miss Virgo Diva is crazy. That is crazy, y'all. I don't consider Miss Godiva. Good morning, Rain. Good morning. She said, now I'm AI. Key, are you? Is it AI? Good morning, JT. Good morning, Niara. Good morning, Candy. Good morning from Colorado. Girl, I'm trying to get there. I've got to get to Colorado. Key says she can only cut up after court hours. That's fine. Whatever makes my friend happy. I love it for her. Hold on, I missed something. Thank you so much for the super chat, Max. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. Let me address Turtle Boy before I forget. Yesterday, I was watching The Lawyer You Know, and he said the same thing. He actually thinks, let me put the case on y'all. He actually thinks that the Commonwealth is not going to call any of the Alberts. And his strategy is if he never went into the house, then there's no reason to call anyone from inside of the house. And if I'm the jury, I'm feeling, you think about it, y'all. They weren't really investigated. No one considered them suspects. So he might be on to something. Good morning, Tasha. How are you? But yes, so if you think about it, it might not be crazy. It might not be crazy. Hey, Jan. Good morning, Sharonda. Good morning. So if you think about it, y'all, that might be the strategy he's going for. Good morning, Landis. Good morning, Marina. That might be Big Lou. Big Lou, do you think that was him on the phone call that gave the basketball player's name? I wondered if that's who made the call and gave his name. Because I said, damn, who is that specific? Good morning, Dania. How are you? Good morning, Ramel. Good morning, Keita. Okay, y'all, I have lost my place, so don't charge this to my head. Good morning, Daphne. Good morning, Leah. No, it's on Netflix. It is on Netflix. It's called Untold. Good morning, Didi. It's called Untold, guys. Go look at it. When you see it, send me a message when you get. Well, I think somebody just gave it up in the chat. But I won't repeat it. Good morning, Jaleesa. I won't repeat it. Good morning, Shay. Hey, Kristen. Good morning. The baby is smiling at you, saying, hey, baby. I love little babies, girl. Listen, you know that's my thing. I love little babies. Hey, Kaylin. Let me see where we're at. Man, my mama said the jury appeared to be mostly white. In which case, Brianna? Oh, Nicole, y'all must be talking about divorce case because Nicole, you see, Brianna's mom said the jury appeared to be mostly white too. I don't understand that. I don't understand it. Memphis let me down yesterday. Good morning, pretty dimples. Okay, that's what it is. Thank you. Maybe that's what my sister was talking about. Well, Bridget, it makes, when you think about them, they did the same thing with Young Dolph's case because everyone in Memphis pretty much knows about those officers. In the Young Dolph case, same. So they went and got jurors outside of Memphis as well for the Young Dolph case. So that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. No, they weren't. Now, Kaylin, that's just disrespectful now. Not when you saw your person on camera cutting up like that. Like, no. You got to just say that in your head and say it in his ear. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Hold on, y'all. Let me get some volume on over here because Big Bev done started talking.
My instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left.
While Bev is talking, good morning to everyone in the chat. I thought we had a little more time. Good morning to everyone. I feel like I did go 20 minutes this morning, but good morning to everyone. It's day 12, Karen Reed trial. Go get your breakfast. I got my smoothie right here and my tea because I don't know what's going to happen, but no Trooper Proctor, and we're probably almost done, y'all.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Yuri Buchanan.
Yep, here we go. Hey, Shani, good morning. Y'all know he come up there with a tub full of evidence. Hey, LaShonday. Hey, Brita. Y'all, they done. Hey, Xavier.
The court and jury of the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Key. Yeah, I was nowhere near done with
All right,
good
Mr.
morning.
Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Yuri Buchanan. My last name is spelled Bukhenik.
Mr. Buchanan, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What is your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the homicide section.
I want you to take us back before you became a state police trooper with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Where were you born?
I was born in Lviv, Ukraine.
Yes.
Did you immigrate?
Yes.
How old were you when you immigrated?
I was 9 years old when my family moved to the Boston area.
Did you attend public schools?
Yes.
Why do we care?
Through high school?
Yes.
Tell us what you did after high school.
After high school, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Why'd you enlist in the Marine Corps?
It was right after 9/11, and my friends and I.
See?
You can finish this.
It better be September 12th.
Go ahead.
Right after
My friends and I decided to serve in the nation's armed forces.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
I did.
Did you go through training?
I did.
Did you learn any skills?
My specialty was military police, and I attended the military police school at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Through your military service, did you receive top secret clearances?
Yes, my first duty station was with Marine One Presidential Helicopter Squadron. The duty station requires a top secret Yankee White SCI clearance. And as a result, I attained that clearance and held it throughout my career.
Did you engage in any special assignments?
The Presidential Helicopter Squadron is a special assignment. We provide security for the presidential helicopters and presidential assets. With that clearance, we read into a SCI program, which is a need-to-know basis type situation.
How long were you in the military for?
4 years.
When you discharged from the Marines? What year?
2006.
Honorably discharged?
Yes.
After you were honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I had a passion for law enforcement, and I wanted to serve my community here in Massachusetts. So I left California and came home and applied for various police departments, ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the homicide unit?
It was May of 2015.
And have you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
I want to ask you about the structure of the homicide unit for the state police. How many different troopers work in the homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions, accidental industrial accidents, obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well. And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
Have you been to a number of scenes, a number of cases?
Yes, I have.
Do you handle more than one case at a time?
Yes, we do.
When a case, an unintended death is notified to your office, is that routine or is it by statute?
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement in Massachusetts. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into a call, do you have a preconceived notion whether it's a homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learned throughout the investigation. At times, it's obvious that it was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned to the group as a whole, or is a particular trooper in the unit?
We have case officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most likely be a case officer is scheduled a month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian, or a vehicle, or a suicide by hanging. They respond, and then if they need assistance or they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime scene services, which helps us document scenes, et cetera.
Have you ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work that goes into collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses,
Excuse me, are you guys following what Hank is trying to do here? Remember yesterday, Connor didn't really want to be attached to Proctor. Now we know that Proctor was the lead investigator. We got Connor to say that. But today he has to make it seem as if Michael Proctor was not doing all of the stuff he was doing. Now it was a team effort so that the jury can understand why Proctor's not getting on that stand. That is what we're doing right now.
interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect, all those tasks that are required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes, typically we partner up with the local police detective.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know they're not fit to do this. Did you hear the question? If you were the lead case officer, would you do this? I know they are not going to use Buchanan and Tully to describe what should have been done or what they would have done. Y'all, AJ's gonna have to eat him up on cross because I think they really are planning on not calling Proctor.
And when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And that there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony, or be a resource in the future.
Is it a common practice that when there is an investigation, more than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to a scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper and could be approached and a small brief interview could happen, or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up and willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the resources aren't available for him.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes. Before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes. Every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
That was
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in the snowbank.
And this is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in the snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to, at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr. Proctor?
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
Okay. And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know I arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, fire department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any evidence if it was available, and the police department safety and security of that would have been the best location for it.
You mentioned that you arrived at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in, we met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing a what was reported to be blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department, were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning, we did not. We had learned that there was a
Ronnie, thank you for trying to change the mood in the chat. Thank you for the super chat, Ronnie. I appreciate it. Because this is insane. This is insanity what we're witnessing right now. And I can't believe this is the road they're going down, but here we are.
loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
Has that happened in your career before?
Yes, it has. Yes.
Since there would be no local detective, did that change your role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by.
Oh God, y'all gotta stop. Now they didn't have enough officers. Y'all, this is the craziest. I don't know what I got some Hennessy. I might have to take a shot early. I might have to go early this morning.
Staff.
I mean, what the hell? It's Kid's birthday. What the hell?
The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue. So transportation was an issue. Timing's always an issue. And you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent given there was no local detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can to make others' life easier.
And you were Mr. Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them, where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form, statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I needed to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
How long or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
We got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
I can't believe.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place.
Now y'all know that body looked like he'd been in a fight. So the fact that Yuri brought this up himself is crazy.
And also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not.
How
No.
about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes. 20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis.
Why would he bring the car crashes up, guys? 10 years in investigating car crashes, pedestrian accidents. I hope you heard that.
Is it?
No, it's not.
Is this information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous.
Treacherous.
It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center, basically, to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway.
Yuri!
So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
When you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by Crime Scene Services, a member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes,
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the Crime Scene Services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So to me, through my training experience, I took that as subdural.
I knew they were going to stop. Do you hear this man flat outline? He's saying there were no lacerations or abrasions that he could see. Everyone has testified he had the laceration over his eye. Now he's sitting up here talking about that he could see. You're not a doctor, so what the hell are you doing right? Yuri, you got to get your shit together now.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
Now he a doctor.
There was also a tiny cut laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be
Yes.
specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very small laceration there.
Small.
Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cuts, scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes.
No.
It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
He did say need.
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity, or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes. What happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
He's doing too much.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
He's just doing too much.
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries.
What?
And I was
Did y'all hear this?
suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Is there a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
Yes.
What's that?
Knocked out of your shoes?
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
I did not know.
Oh, God.
But I suspected, since it was missing, and once the reports came in that the paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found,
He went
or
running.
where he was initially struck by
Hey,
a
Joe,
vehicle.
good morning.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time, 12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to
They got to eat.
any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conferenced with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had. And he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Hey,
Is
Sean,
this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
that was a
Yeah.
team approach, y'all.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe yourself and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been, at the time, his girl,
Who'd you go see?
the defendant, Your Honor.
Right.
Prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
Did you know where Miss Reed was at that point?
Yes, we had learned that she traveled to her parents' home
Yeah,
in Dayton.
I'm pissed. I am pissed right now.
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes, with the missing shoe, her stating that did I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
How far was Dayton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle or were you in a
Oh,
personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the
I can't.
unplowed streets of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
Now
You
he
decided
wants
to go or drive towards Dayton. Did you ultimately make it to Dayton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dayton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dayton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dayton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right tail light. Based on the information provided, it was allegedly to
Let me
be.
stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations of somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear tail light.
Yes,
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
we were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
I can't stand it, y'all.
When you made your way down to Dayton, you said you finally arrived.
Disgusted.
How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Before you got to Dayton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dayton.
On the way down, we contacted Dayton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation. And we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle. and we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene being a uniformed presence.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find a place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably, it's the length of the driveway. Based on my memory now, I would probably estimate it to be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow. So it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
We waited for Dayton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael.
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
Okay.
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
At its closest, I got as close as me and a defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the.
I know Yuri is the one testifying. But considering what we know about Proctor, he said, I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do?
Damage and missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact.
Okay, thank you, Ashley.
Did you see where Michael Proctor went?
Yes.
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
Oh, now he was over.
Within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
Hold on, y'all.
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Miss Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was.
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
Within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room, in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Miss Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay.
Y'all, what happened? Y'all, what happened? I was uploading the video. What happened? Because I didn't want to forget this stuff about Yuri. Suzanne said, "This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. What, y'all, why are they gone?" Or what was the last question? Would be better. I don't want to see Peggy. The Commonwealth asked for a sidebar? There are no pics. There are no pics until days later. Oh, yeah. I think for me, I was just doing a video. I can't believe that the angle is to not call Proctor, have Yuri and Tully testify on what Proctor did as if they were his shadows, when I would be thinking, what did this man do and why didn't you get in trouble? If you didn't get in trouble, were you really not with him? Can I trust you right now? Because how were you his shadow and you didn't get in trouble? You were at everything, you did everything with him. Now you want me to believe that this investigation was on the up and up. It was a team effort, but all of you guys weren't fired. Because AJ said he was investigated, suspended, and fired. I'm not sure where. I don't know what Hank. Would you call him if you're trying to win? Here's the thing, Key. I would have preferred him. He can't just act like the man doesn't exist. Could he say, listen, this is one bad apple? Yes, we don't know why he did what he did, but the evidence is the evidence, right? You got to spend it some kind of way. You can't just not call the man. You know what's going to come out. But hiding him from the jury, I'm so anxious to see what the jury is thinking, what they think about Proctor, and how it is going to influence them. Yeah, he messed up, but he does not change that she hit him with a car. You know what I'm saying? Like, you've got to approach it some kind of way. You can't just hide this man because he's everywhere. He's like Jen. He's in every part of this trial. So you can't just like not call him to the stand. Hell, we keep hearing about him. Now, if you don't want to call the Alberts, okay. If your thing is he never went in, we won't call them, fine. But when it comes to Proctor, baby, you gotta bite the bullet. Yep. But Key, I'm gonna say this. I was 50-50 on it. I was like, there's no way they are not gonna call him, right? I'm still anticipating him getting on that stand. But I said, okay, they're not ready to address it right now. But I think it's very clear for me now he's not hitting that stand. I when they didn't call him, didn't mention him in the opening, I just thought maybe they said, well, listen, we'll tackle it later. I did think it was strange, but damn it, I thought he was going to be called. I didn't think we were going to be here. It said, did y'all know Alessi worked for DLA Piper, $4 billion law firm a year, and he is the go. Oh, wow. Oh, I did not know that. I know people said that they were pro bono, but I did not know that about him. I can't believe we're here. But to call the Alberts, I don't think they're calling them Key. I really don't. Look how y'all think about the last trial. I did a video on this on my TikTok, and I kind of went through my notes. We damn near seen the whole clan by now. I think Jen was one of the last ones to go. We damn near seen everybody by now. We have not seen one Albert on this stand. Not one.
More such statement may be offered into evidence that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room, your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes. We asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me it seemed kind of strange, but
Without the commentary.
Right.
After she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior
What?
and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
she stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when
don't
Mr.
remember
O'Keefe
this.
asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
But
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on
How you
those
seize
items
without a
pending
warrant?
a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us.
how do you see shit with
The
no
process
warrant?
of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Am I hearing this right?
We don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dighton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
My head hurts.
Yes, it was.
I'm straight.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:16, 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
How can we trust
Did
you?
you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before the vehicle was moved or during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor
She
go
done.
back anywhere near that vehicle?
Show me the warrant.
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Okay.
Bro, I'm so pissed right now. And I think it's just because, like, my face hurts. My face hurts that I'm so annoyed. I think it's just because, guys, like, she was just a normal person. Got up, went to go drink with her boyfriend, and then all of this happened. How do you sit on a stand and say we seized it. We didn't touch it though, but we seized her property. You illegally seized her stuff. And he just on the stand like it's normal. And Hank ass, oh God, Hank letting them do it. Well, listen, we know they're gonna bring up the fact that you guys took her stuff illegally. But listen, this is what you're gonna say. You're gonna just say it was seized, you didn't touch it. It was illegal. You violated this woman. And Karen, damn, you got too much education to let them have taken your shit. Why didn't Karen say no? You have too much education to let these. Hell, I know you done seen SVU, Criminal Minds, CSI, something. Hell, Perry Mason might be more Matlock. That might be more your spiel, but I know you know these people had to have a warrant. You just, oh, here go my key. Kay, they lied to her. It's not an excuse. Let me see the warrant. Hell, training day. What that mama say? Let me see that warrant. This ain't no real warrant. Hold on. Oh.
Jurors, I'm going to strike the last portion of that testimony.
From the point you went in and spoke to the defendant until the vehicle was placed in the back of the flatbed, did you ever go back near the vehicle and touch it in any way?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near that vehicle and touch it in any way?
No.
You mentioned that the tow was loading the vehicle, the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15.
I believe so, yes.
Did you join the tow truck driver or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
We traveled in my...
I'll allow it.
I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
In my front passenger seat.
During that time, had you made arrangements or did you receive any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe.
Do you know what time those other members arrived or began to arrive at 34 Fairview? You begin your travels at 4:15 p.m. back to the Canton Police Department. Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port. We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated Sally Port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it. So it would melt away in a heated Sally Port.
Were you intending on having other resources or other team members or other units available to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we would have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be crime scene services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also service the crime scene services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence. So That would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or sally port impede that?
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Dighton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated Sallyport garage area?
We arrived at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35 p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate putting yellow.
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did and saw. What were you doing?
I helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
Were there any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the Sallyport?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear the car of the snow?
No.
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
No, he did not.
Objection.
I'll sustain it.
Mrs. Strike.
I'll strike that, ask it differently, Mr.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch that vehicle while you were in the Sallyport area?
I did not.
How long did you remain in the Sallyport area for, do you know?
We remained in the Sallyport area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on
Okay,
the
that's
best of
enough.
my memory.
After you left the Sallyport area, where did you go?
We left the Sally. I apologize.
Go ahead, if you can say first what you did. And
Y'all, I got to go back. What the hell is wrong with him?
You go.
We left the Sally. I apologize.
Go ahead, if you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question.
Fury.
I left the Sallyport area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm sure at some point he walked away from me,
He's his baby.
but I can't. We were traveling together all day.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area, and then
On purpose.
the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team, is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat. And at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes, the heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the search team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the search team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes. And you got to think about it. It was less snow when he was found. When Sergeant, what was his name, Gallagher? When Gallagher and Good were out there, it was less snow out at that point.
So do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And if you take a look at the following pages. And what is that, sir?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and registration inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
Do I move this document into evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 84.
Thank you. As part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes,
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
And what do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25,
Talking about interviews.
various media platforms.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to June 29th, 2022, at the hospital, you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated. And then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into the
I see.
the
They
office.
remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton District Attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the District Attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the district attorney's office in the state police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the District Attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did, if you could.
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes,
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why did you lay out the clothing items one by one separately?
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve. Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Can you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Mechanic?
Yes, I do.
This is everybody keep asking, where are the socks? Geez, I can't stand. I cannot stand here. I really don't like him. He is very smug. He acts like Gallagher. They are just assholes.
I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to show the item to the jury.
Jerry. Oh. I don't know if he didn't have on socks, Key, or did they just not recover the socks?
Thank you.
And his mama has to sit through this and still think these people did not do anything to him.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you learn during your conversations with the CERT team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photograph relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital, there was a sneaker? One?
Yes,
Do
They
you have
couldn't-
that
they
sneaker with
couldn't
you?
close, Shay.
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
She come out.
Your Honor, I'd move this item into evidence.
Fox to Higgins, girl. Not today. We'll never know what happened to him.
Could I
Unfortunately.
have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury?
Well, it's pretty. The office is in the. I think the office is near, so they probably gave it to him outside. I'm sure the. I think that because I think he was saying we brought it here as if it's in that building or something. That's what I'm gathering. But he didn't bring it. I'm sure he didn't bring it to court with him. Check what out, Miss Sheila.
Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, so this is the sneaker from 34 Fair.
Could I have that marked? What, is that a left or a right sneaker, sir?
Yeah,
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from,
yeah. See, go. That's the problem for me. They don't care about justice.
34 Ferry Road, Kansas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure. If you could put the speaker back in the bag and let Mr.
Bev must knew this was coming. Bev must knew this was coming because could y'all see her face? Could y'all? So people keep asking about how clean the shoe was. I wondered if it was a newer shoe and like that was his first time wearing the shoes. And maybe that's why it was so clean. He really had just gone to the bar, gone out the house. I mean, I could go pull out those. What are those shoes I bought y'all? I don't want to say the wrong. Those Adidas shoes. They probably don't look so bad on the bottom because I only wore them one day. So yeah. Pretty, maybe they're going to show it in another bag because they ended up showing the two, but I'm wondering what's going to happen. It looked a little dirty to me, Key. Yes, but this was a couple of days ago. Or are you talking about the sole? I mean, not the sole, the sides of it. This was a couple of days ago, though. Oh, they're saying that he was walking in snow. I don't know. I don't know. I just felt like it was normal for if they were new. That's what they saying, Key. That it was snowing and it was wet outside. In the snow, the white sole should be dirty. Did the jeans have grass stains on it? I don't know if those were grass stains or if that was blood. Send in the clowns. At this point, I don't know what we're doing. it kind of feels like a waste of time. If it's day 12, tomorrow's day 13, we haven't heard from the ME. We see that they're not going to put Proctor on the stand. What was the purpose in trying this case again, if not for anything else than to waste time? I think that was years ago, though, Kat. Unless they would again. So Pretty, I thought the shoe that we saw the other day was from 34 Fairview because, what's his name? Y'all? Connor is the one who was there when it was found. Lexi, I don't want to hear anything else about these damn shoes. I don't want to hear anything else about the shoes. Someone did tag me on X with like pictures of all of the evidence. It was a thread, and you could see they had both shoes. Hold on. Lo said, I caught myself doing a TikTok in the snow, and it effed up his shoes. I don't know. I think it could go both ways as far as the shoe, the snow and everything. I don't trust anything they say. It's hard, and I hate to be that person, but because you see them sitting here lying, I don't trust anything that they're saying. I don't trust anything that they're saying at all. Why are they showing the same shoe? When maybe that's what the defense is trying to figure out. Where's the other shoe? Maybe we're going to see both shoes because Yuri had a whole tub full of evidence. So let's see what happens. Oh no, Pretty. I that's what I was saying. That the shoe we saw yesterday was from 34 Fairview, and I think someone else just put a comment. That's why we're having a sidebar, because they're showing 34 Fairview again. But I don't know where the other shoe. I was saying maybe we're going to get it because he has so much evidence.
We'll take our morning recess because you don't need to watch us over there calculating the things. So we'll take a half an hour just to make sure that everybody is ready and is able to
No, yeah, something must happen.
smoothly. These things happen when you have a lot of
Something must happen.
evidence. So we will see you at 11.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Hey, Aaron, Pretty. What if they don't have the other shoe? Right. What if they don't have the other shoe, Pretty? I definitely heard them say 34 Fairview. I did hear him say 34 Fairview. And I assume that's why AJ said something, because they just shown it with Connor. But he has a whole bucket of evidence. Where is the shoe? Where is the
Just let me
shoe?
know and I'll come right back up.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
be heard?
Yes.
May I, during the break, in the company of a representative from the defense team, speak to Trooper Buchanan about this issue?
I have no problem with that. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
No problem at all.
We'll facilitate things. Yes, you may.
Thank you.
All rise.
Hey, Red. What's the issue? So the issue is he is supposed to be testifying to the things that he got from the hospital. But when they asked him to show the shoe, because there was one at the hospital, there was one found at the scene. When they asked him, he stood up and he showed the shoe. And you could see it on Bev's face. I think the chat, they heard it immediately. He said the shoe was from 34 Fairview. And AJ said, hold a damn minute. Y'all, where's that man's other shoe? Where is the shoe? That shoe came from the scene. Where's the shoe from the hospital? Yes, we can, Stephanie. I could go back because she said they're gonna be gone for 30 minutes. So
You want to move this item into evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury?
maybe it wasn't the shoe at the I Gwen said there's someone in the courtroom. Let me go to her page. And Peggy should be pissed by this point. They got two shoes now, y'all.
Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir, this is the sneaker from 34 Fair.
Could I have that marked?
And look how he tried to just gloss over it. Like you didn't just put it in.
What is that, a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from 34 Ferry Road, Kansas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure. If you could put the speaker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
Well, Gwen said they have the shoe now, y'all. Okay, hold up. Let me call T. They have the shoe now. So that's good. Chow. I thought they didn't have that shoe. Now I'm gonna want to check it. I keep forgetting it's so early. Where she is. Okay, she'll call me back. Let me cut my ring on so I don't miss it. Now, Debbie, I don't know about the socks. People keep asking about the socks. I don't know. Tati says it looked too fresh.
Hold on, I was on the other side of the house.
I said that. I looked at the time and I said, oh, I forget she getting that baby ready. She'll call me back.
He just got out the door. But I'm up here trying to figure out, was that the same damn shoe? Because now you're trying to tell me that John just got two left feet and he out here working in circles.
So we're gonna have to see about that. Key, I think that was a shadow on the picture. When you go back and look at it, I think it was just a shadow on the picture. Same shoe, just you could see the black shadow from it. Now, Pretty, here's the thing now. How can we trust which shoe is from the hospital and which shoe? How do we know for certain which shoe is the hospital and which shoe is from 34 Fairview? Because y'all remember, let me get my. Y'all remember when it comes to
so we got mail on.
When it comes to the DNA evidence, someone he had like five unknown male DNA on his shoe.
Right.
They said the chest said good morning.
Good morning.
I don't know what's going on with the shoe. But they do have both of them now.
Something ain't right.
They do have both shoes now. AJ has a bag and Hank has a bag. They have both shoes now. Keith says she doesn't trust any of it.
I was about to say, I don't trust them cheap ass shoes. They look too new. And
that's what everybody on here is saying. What if they were new?
Well, my thing is, somebody in the chat, shout out to Mandy, just said, if John O'Keefe don't wear shoes in his house, he don't wear them in nobody else's. So did John O'Keefe take his shoes off when he walked in the den of sin and y'all didn't put some more shoes out there? Y'all just went and got a pair of size 10, 11, 12, whatever you
Well,
need.
he had one shoe on though.
They had it. So, I mean, they had them. High slung Diane Cole was at 227. Karen hooked up to the Wi-Fi 1236. I can put a shoe on the motherfucker. I got towels. I can do that with my eyes closed.
Dang, bro. I'm just pissed off about this. As I'm of the mind we're never gonna know, huh?
But something wrong with that shoe. Something went wrong. Something went wrong, friend.
We're never gonna know what happened.
Never.
See, Tati,
Never.
I hear y'all
Never.
saying
We know
this.
what happened? The only thing they're gonna give us is Karen. And I'm with Karen. That was I think that was the best clip they could have put out yesterday. All right, Jim McCabe.
So wait, so how do you feel about the clip? Because I feel like it didn't eat like they thought it was, because it's true.
I think it ate, but not off y'all's plate.
Yeah.
I think at this point it put everything out here, because at this point, all this shit with this timestamp is attached to Jen McCabe. Y'all looking more like Jen McCabe's defense rather than John O'Keefe's justice. And if they keep calling him Mr. O'Keefe today, it's pissing me off. He not Officer O'Keefe to you?
Now, why won't they say that?
The defendant, she wasn't a defendant when you went to go talk to her.
Why do they have to keep doing that?
And the thing is, my chat's been blowing up. I've been trying to ignore my chat without ignoring them, because they've been going off this morning about this man. Okay?
I've been over here. I had a headache.
First trial.
I had a headache.
All of their witnesses seem somewhat credible until they get crossed, right?
I'm sick of Yuri.
So I'm sitting up here with Yuri ass, but the thing
is, you know what's sleeping?
For a juror, he keeps aligning himself with Proctor, and the only explanation as a juror I have of Proctor is the opening. And State, you ain't say his name.
But he's his babysitter, which is what I think is funny. Now, all of a sudden, Yuri is he's his shadow.
Didn't leave his side. Always there. If he wasn't before, and not knowing what happened before, not knowing anything about it, if you never say Proctor's name, but the first thing you present to me is, damn what they said about him being so bad. This guy was with him every step of the way.
And what do you look like? What do you look like if you were with...
Okay, well, you said he was fucked up, and you ain't say nothing about him. So, the first thing you want me to know is you're going to try to lighten the blow, try to put some extra goose down in the pillow before I fall, so it's a cushion my fall, because you know that Proctor's getting ready to come up, so you want to make me think that this wonderful, trustworthy,
he was Nene.
Person. And that's the other thing. I didn't even think about it till today. Canton wants to recuse herself for any sort of look, period. But you get up there today after what we heard and say it was loose familial ties. Loose where?
Yuri is pissing me off. Yuri is just pissing me off. I hate him worse here. I hate him worse here than I did the last trial.
Oh, Jesus. He must. I know he was doing bad, because my chat has been going absolutely bananas. I know they're like, Miss J, what are you doing? I'm trying not to read y'all.
I hate him worse this trial.
I have to understand what's going on, but I can tell by the veracity of my chat that everybody is like, hey, you got me after. I'm talking about people that normally don't even really write much. It's like,
he's doing a lot on the stand. Did you hear him saying?
He said he's lying. I think I've seen somebody that I've seen comment maybe 3 or 4 times in life said he's an MF and lie.
Because he is, T. Did you not hear him say that he looked at John O'Keefe's injuries and he knew he had been hit by a car because he had so much experience with
knocked him out his shoes.
Knocked him out his damn shoes.
I said, okay, but the fact that, I mean, again, just not knowing the first trial, not knowing who this guy is, only having heard his name as being attributed to some interviews, I could not come up with I just feel like it's like you're trying to set up the jury to cushion the blow. He was there. He was there. So no matter what they say Proctor was doing, this guy was right with them. I'm telling you, he didn't touch anything. I'm telling you, he didn't go.
Oh, I can't wait till AJ get up there.
What I'm hearing in the back of my head, Keaton recused themselves. They didn't want any type of look of impropriety. They didn't want anything to make it look like these loose familial ties were doing anything. But you're dropping all the evidence off. They're showing you open-ass, unsealed evidence when you say, look what we got. Look what I can do. Then they showing you the bag. And you leaving it there. So you didn't even take it with you. Then you don't want this to look like there's anything fluky going on with these loose familial ties, but you drop her car off there? Why is it coming to Canton? Why is there a conference room for y'all in Canton? If Canton has recused themselves, why are we here?
And they passed another state facility they could have gone to.
Hell, y'all could have made the library for all this. If you don't want it to look like Canton is involved, then don't have Canton involved. But you can't drop off all the evidence there. Leave it till you want to pick it up 3 days later. Come drop come past there, look at what they got, keep going, don't pick it up. Like you want it to look like that Kenton's not involved, but y'all got a whole conference room at Kenton. And then magically, while y'all have a Canton powwow in the conference room, now it's let's go get Karen.
Sorry, y'all. 56 words per minute over here. Might be more. Okay, Bridget. I'm on my phone, so I can't look because I'm on.
She did a 3-point turn at one point.
I could close her.
3-point turn where?
When she went to the house.
At the den of sin or
at the den of sin? At the den of sin.
So that 3-point turn wasn't caught by the motion of Chief Deputy across the street?
Yeah, right across the street. And he didn't get anything. He didn't even get that. Which I don't believe.
There's grass stains on the jeans in a torn back pocket. What?
I bet there are 5 different state police places the car could have been dropped off at. I agree. I think all of this was done on purpose. And wait, did you catch this man up here saying that they seized her property without a warrant and trying to explain?
We had to in case she was getting ready to do something with it. I said, so y'all know y'all didn't have no reason to touch that. Why every time it comes time for a court case and we gearing up for another one, we start getting common themes and shit? Because it's the same thing with Melly Mama phone.
Just taking stuff.
No jurisdiction and no right to be touching shit.
Just taking stuff. Key, I got to look at the pants again. They're saying his back pocket was torn. I don't remember.
So you get knocked out your shoes. So who tore the pocket? Old man.
Here's the thing. You didn't think he could have been running from something and his shoe fell off? Why was it just he got knocked out of his shoes?
And Cujo in there and grab ass been going on all night. They didn't got into some. I see some shit I don't want to see with some flabby motherfuckers I ain't trying to look at. I'm running for my life too. And when I run out that door, if I lose a shoe, damn the shoe, it's time to go. But if I really think something's going on or somebody's doing something to me, and my bosses across the street, where would I be running to?
Now, Key, I wondered, Key said she never understood why the car or anything they found on it wasn't thrown out because of the illegal seizure. I thought I just saw Aaron in here. I wonder why, Aaron. Aaron, can you tell us why?
Because it seems like to me they do stuff like don't let people know that they're a suspect just so they don't get to itching to go and turn something over or change it around or something. But in this case, it's just like, nah, just hand it here. We season all of this. Like, what was she gonna do? Get the tail light fixed? Like.
Well, at this point, guys, I mean, it's been years. If they haven't asked or tried to have it excluded at this point, then I highly doubt it's going to happen. I'm sure these are like really great attorneys, but I don't know why they couldn't have had it excluded. I don't know.
My thing is, does it hit harder to never see it as a juror and just have that as a question in your mind, like why they didn't get her phone, why they didn't do this, or does it hit harder to say you took it and you wasn't supposed to?
And that's what I want. That's why I can't wait for Cross.
As far as the investigation, as far as like if I'm really going to think about the investigation, yeah, you would do something you're not technically supposed to do and abuse your power because you took her phone when you weren't supposed to. You took her car when you weren't supposed to. You will overexert your authority, so you may go do some things that's not quite of good character.
Oh no, the 3-point turn, you know, when Karen got to 34 Fairview, you know, they all testified. Well, we haven't really heard from the officers that she did a 3-point turn. She did a three-point turn, I guess. And I don't know if you remember when we watched the first trial, I had to go on YouTube and we found a video of a 3-point turn so we could see what it was. So yeah, Karen did one at the property. Huh?
Don't do that.
I did. I had to go.
You so lucky. Big on this chart on this chat, he'd be going crazy.
Because I never heard of a 3-point turn, and then when I looked, I said, so basically it's like a smaller U-turn. I said, oh, okay. Well, I learned something new. I'd never heard of a 3-point turn before. I mean, I've made the turn several times. Did they teach me that in driver class? Because I don't remember.
Turn it around. That's it. That's what we call it. Turn around.
I turned around. I said, what the hell is a 3-point turn? And we went and looked it up, and I said, oh, okay.
Big Unc got his the new truck got his
Erica's okay.
Got his base put in yesterday. You know, all the cars got to get up.
So you about to be riding around even louder. Another car with the bass on it. Bass in it.
The wheels ain't on it yet. It's the new truck he got, the Avalanche he got.
Oh, okay.
So he got had them come put his deck in and all this gadgets because it just had the remote start and alarm on it. So now he probably beating down the street. Okay.
Kaylin, it probably was on my test. I took my driver's test when I was 18. I'm 38, 20 years ago.
Right.
20 years ago. I don't remember that test.
We do it.
That's what I'm saying. Listen, I saw it. I said, oh, damn, I do that turn all the time. Okay.
We turn around. Turn your ass around.
And Pretty, remember.
With this shoe, y'all, they just effed up the church's money with this one.
Remember, she kept creeping up. That's how she ended up past the flagpole, actually. And y'all remember that video we saw? Well, we saw the one of the house. The young lady did another video. I have to send it to you so you can show your people. She was doing a video, kind of, you walk through what the inside of 34 Fairview looks like. Let me send it to you now.
Is Cujo in there?
I think she does have a little dog in the illustration. Let me send that. A Y turn, cutie pie. I don't even know what a Y turn is, friend.
Don't try to fix it. She just turned around, okay?
Just turn around. I'm gonna turn around the right way. Okay, let me find it because I want to let her see that video we watched yesterday. Let me let
This is a 3D illustration of
let me let her so she can show her chat. And I thought it was really helpful to see the house and actually see that video. Yes, they saw Karen.
Listen, your nephew this morning never said not today.
He didn't want to go to school.
I said, are you going to? I said, it's time to go to school. Get up. He said, okay, I just need a Pepsi.
He needed who?
A Pepsi.
A Pepsi? See, when I tell you, you outside of my grandmother are the only people I know who drink Pepsi. And it's so funny because I would be so pissed going to my grandma's house and all she had was Pepsi and she'd have Pepsi products all the time.
Oh my God, yeah. And the crazy thing is,
I don't know, Erica. I know what place I took my driver's test, but I can't tell you anything about the actual test.
I remember my test because I got marked off for one thing, and that still pisses me off.
That is crazy.
All these years later, I missed one thing on my driving test, and that fool tried to say I was swerving erratically. I went around a pothole. Okay, I was in Columbus, and anybody from Ohio know Columbus streets.
So you were swerving erratically.
And I was on the west side.
Pepsi Zero. Now, Trista.
And I went around the pothole, and he said, "You want to tell me why you swerved erratically?" And I said, first of all, we was on a side street, so it ain't like I crossed no lanes or nothing. I said, "You know what happened if I get these rims? This is my grandpa's car. This is Sunday car. I'm driving,
Not the Sunday car.
Yeah, that was his Lincoln, his stinking Lincoln, honey. He drove that Lincoln Town car on the weekend.
Oh, I don't even know if I would have made it in a Lincoln. I can't
My
remember.
grandfather, well, look, that was the only option, the Lincoln or the van. Because what he wasn't going to let me do was take it in the Mazda. Because he said, if you can drive anything.
See, I hate people like that.
If you can't drive this, you can't drive. So I was...
I don't know if I would have made it.
After that, I drove an 87 Caddy DeVille on wheels.
Hold on, Aaron, you responded to me. Let me find it. Okay, about the car. Probably inevitable discovery exception. Okay. Comes in if police would have lawfully discovered it in the course of the investigation. Okay, that makes sense. Car was the theory. They were always going to need to seize it. Thank you, Aaron, so much for answering that for me. That makes sense. I take a Pepsi down. Love Pepsi. Aaron T said, hey, well, I'm sure you can hear her. You took it on Shelby Drive, Miss Sheila. I didn't take my test on Shelby Drive. I took my test, I think, because at the time I lived in Raleigh Bartlett. So I took my test out there. Must have went to driving school with Miss Puff. Is crazy. Right. Trista said she like a Coke Zero, a Pepsi Zero. I said, now you already drinking Pepsi. You got the nerve to get it in zero too? I can't believe so many of you guys like Coke. I mean, like Pepsi. I'm not buying a Pepsi. If I'm drinking a Pepsi, I'm at an event and that's what they have. I do not purchase a Pepsi on my own. And something else I'm really not a fan of is Mountain Dew. My mom used to buy them all the time. Oh, she loved the Mountain Dew. Crystal, Mariah's 19 and she's having to take driver's ed this summer because she's about to get a car. I tried to teach her how to drive, and I thought an Altima was a good car for her to learn how to drive in, but I mean, something about her seeing another car on the road with us and thinking she just needs to stop scares the shit out of me. And I said, you know what? I can't do it. I told you're going to have to go to driver's school. So she's going to school this summer. I just can't do it. I think she has like the basics, but she needs some road experience. And unfortunately, I am not the person for the road experience. While she was at school, my cousin was teaching her. She said she was doing well with my cousin, but I'm just not the person for it. I'm not the person for it. Missy, it's not that I don't have patience. I think it's anxiety. She scares me. I mean, you see a car, we could be on like, think of you in a neighborhood. You've been in a neighborhood and there's a car approaching and she just hit the brakes. Not worried about the car behind her, and she just hits the brakes. Not a good situation for me. Because now you got to get out. You got to get out. Put the car apart and let me take over. No. Yeah, Didi, it's not for me. It's not for me. It's not for me. She has the basics though. Like I've driven in a car with her, but she really needs like the road experience. And I don't know if I'd make another live if I were to sit in the passenger seat with her. I'd probably stroke out at the red light or something. But it's time for her to learn though. You know, she's got to travel back and forth to school, so it's time for her to learn. She's got to. I learned at 18. Now, Lanique, they got to drive. Listen, you're going to have to drive. Mariah's going to have to drive. She really does want to drive. I give her that. But she's got to, just get some experience. That's all. In Atlanta, Zakia, then I know you can drive because you've got to keep up when you're in Atlanta. Kaylane, now Mariah has a friend, and I rode in the car with her before. Baby, I looked at her speedometer. I said, baby, why are you on 80 and we're on a regular street? I was like looking down. I looked up. What are we doing? Camp, I have little cousins that can drive and they're 12 and 13. Well, I learned how to drive. Girl, I taught myself a little. I would watch my mom. I understood what the gas, the brake was. I would watch her with the blinker. So when you're teaching your kids, I always say, you want to go right up with the Lord, left down with the devil. That's how I taught Mariah which way to do the blinker. But I'm not ashamed to say it. I used to steal my mom's car at night. And it's just by the grace of God, I'm still here. I was teaching myself how to drive. I used to steal my mama's car. And baby, I'd go see my little friend guy. I was in high school, child, senior. Still in that car to go see that man 2 neighborhoods over. Too much, y'all. My cousin told me, he said, I knew you was lame as hell when one day my mom had 2 cars and she left one at home. And so I drove to school. Baby, I didn't know my mom was going to come back home early. She came back home and made me drive that car back, and I had to walk back to school. That was about a good 25-minute walk, 30-minute walk. He said, I knew you was lame as hell when you stole that car to drive to school. I was at school, though. I was at school. My mama would sleep, child. I was still in that car. I'd probably leave about 12, come back home about 2, 3 o'clock. But that's how I learned how to drive. Now that I think about it, I was so crazy. I really couldn't drive, but I figured it out. I was in a neighborhood for the most part, except when I'm leaving out of my neighborhood to cross a major street into another neighborhood. I was cool. That's how I learned how to drive. That's Zakia, clearly, but I was definitely, that's how I learned how to drive.
Lord, what you do? Steal the car?
Still in the car.
Jesus.
Still in that car, but that's how I learned how to drive, child. I did learn how to drive. I mean, I can see me now hitting them brakes so hard at that stop sign.
Jesus. That's one thing I haven't done.
Baby, my mother never knew until I got caught when I went to school. Baby, she called me like, if you don't bring my damn car back to this house.
You went to school with the car?
Yeah, my mom had 2 cars. I took her Cadillac, y'all. This is when I forgot, what car was it? The Cadillac Catera, maybe?
You are unmuted.
Are we back? Okay. All right.
Be back.
All right. Why Court TV always take their time to come back? Because they're back now. Now, I wouldn't have got on the freeway running. I wasn't that crazy. Now, my first time getting on the freeway running, I played Beyonce, Get Me Body. And it wasn't really even a big expressway, like 85 or 285. It was a little highway. Girl, I said, Melvin, you got to do it. I played Get Me Body, and I said, I'm going to face my fears, baby. Got on that highway, and I've been rolling ever since. Shout out to Beyonce.
You are unmuted.
Probably if Life 360 was around.
Okay, the jury's coming over, but did you want to give me those text messages or no?
You see it, of course, it's actually-
I don't need to have them.
No, I had
Yo!
downstairs. I thought you had them. I
That's what my cousin said, Derry. He said, why would you take your ass to school? Erica, I was just fine in the car. Okay? I was just fine in the car. No, Zay, I don't think Trooper Proctor is taking the stand. Y'all know what text message when Yuri was in there when Proctor was talking crazy. Yuri was in
Thank
the
you.
text chain. Dang, Brown, you fail your test. I'm reading the comments up because I clearly missed these. Schools don't. It's not mandatory. Ken, I gotta pay for her to take driver's ed. I have to pay for her. I think it's $400, but I'm willing to pay it if she's gonna know how to drive. Let me see. We should be caught up, y'all. Law and crime. I mean, court TV started later, but yeah, I wish it was free here. But LJ will probably know how to drive. I'm sure his dad will teach him. LJ will be
All
okay.
right, so the court, service entry.
I wish it was free. You think so, Key? I said, is that him? I'm like, is that his voice? Crazy. But isn't it crazy where that young man was from? Like the fact that he was from Cleveland Avenue, and you think you can just hang out there like people are not going, like you're not going to be a mark? Like, come on. He was too comfortable. I think people have to remember that. I feel like that with Dolph. That's what happened with him. You get too comfortable. Remember, you are now a target. You work 10 M's. Why are you
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
this? It sounds like a kid. Wasn't it good though?
I am, thank you,
Good.
Laura.
That was good.
May I?
Yes.
Ooh, no keys.
Sir, when we left, we were discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
So while he was doing that, did y'all know Powell Howard is the White Howard's uncle? I did not know.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
I wish they would have taught it in school. My baby be driving right now.
Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those two items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those two of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
It's a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move the T-shirt into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan show it to the jury?
Yes.
BGJ is giving anybody a license, sound like.
Could you show the back as well, Trooper? Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist the court reporter with that, please?
Of course.
Exhibit 87.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
And Trooper Mechanic, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
The court's permission.
Yes.
Could you show the backside, please? May I approach?
Yes, thank you. Next exhibit, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit 88.
Thank you.
No, that's to exhibit 88, maybe,
I'm sorry?
maybe approach.
Oh, okay.
Y'all, now what's happened now? Lord Jesus, every time I done walked away, something popping off. Look, y'all see Peggy won't even look Karen's way when she walks past. Peggy, you need to go. Peggy needs to go. She's probably Catholic. You need to go talk to the priest. She needs to go. Peggy's gonna have to figure this out. You mad at the wrong thing. You mad at the wrong person. And no way you sitting here looking at how this case was investigated. Clearly you see Proctor was doing some stuff he shouldn't have been doing. Like, come on now. I don't think that's Roseanne over there. That might be someone else. Peggy she is not even looking at Karen when she walks past her. She's got to let that hurt go. Let that hurt go because it's not Karen. And here's my thing too. She has her right to believe that Karen hit John. Okay. But there is no way you can sit in this courtroom and not understand why your son has not had justice. You just can't. And there's no way you can't sit in this courtroom and not just wonder, like, did Karen do it? Because why the hell Jen going through all this? I bet she still talks to Jen. Jen wouldn't be able to call my phone. Jen would not be able to call my phone. I'm sorry. No, not at all.
Jurors, every piece of evidence that you're getting is recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So we do appreciate your patience. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Trooper Kennick, you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you call it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple days?
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures, yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from crime scene services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd,
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan,
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought a like an e-tool, military style e-tool.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused on the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole, the fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes,
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
we did. Yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow. So we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I just can't stand Yuri, y'all. I could not stand him. I think his face reminds me of Gallagher's face. I just can't stand them. They have the same smug attitude.
Let me just ask you a couple questions before you open that. If somebody identified an object that they believe to be evidence, what was the process for handling it?
On this day, we identified an evidence. The process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would the person bagging them use any type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
After the items were bagged, was the bag sealed?
Eventually, it was sealed, yes.
When you say eventually, what does that mean?
Once it was, all the items were inside and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out, with all the pertinent information on the back.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
Before you take the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Your Honor, may I approach before the lieutenant
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
Did you show this to Jeff?
That's crazy, Erin. We're probably going to hear from Trooper Paul, but I don't know how smart they be.
Take a look at them, see if you recognize them.
I do recognize them.
And what is in those photographs?
The photographs depict items collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
They do.
I have moved this series of photographs.
Any
No
objection?
objection.
We'll mark them in a second.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I just can't stand you. I'm sick of seeing you.
Thank you very much. Those items, were they eventually sent for analysis to a Massachusetts State Police lab?
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification?
Yes, they mark each item individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
Okay. If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury.
Yeah, this is crazy. It doesn't help Keisha, but I see it now, putting those clothes in frames is crazy. They want to show everything but how he was hit by this car.
And does that have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02-184-7-8, also alphanumeric A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, Yeah. Jennifer, he is still there.
Thank you.
These two are taped together.
When you found them, were they taped together?
No. They're taped together by the lab.
Oh, thank you, Ashley. We'll be watching that today.
There's also a canister labeled debris collection. That number is 22-02184 7-8.1. This is 7-8G. This is 7-8N as in November. There are also items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Are those all the items in that bag?
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You know how to move those items into evidence, please?
Exhibit 95.
Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
And starting with Exhibit 89, which is P490 7690. Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where, in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole, this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The area we were excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that the jurors can see what we're looking at?
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the item that you recovered on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. If I could next show Exhibit 90, which is P492 7692. Before we close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that? Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant? Thank you. Is that where this piece of evidence was found in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show to the jury Exhibit 91, which is P5157721. Do you recognize that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please? Is that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in Exhibit 89, P490, 7690, a different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If we could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493, 7694. Could you zoom in, please? Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
If we could show Exhibit 93, P507, 7711, please. Could you zoom in, please? How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
I was probably 45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P503, 7707. And could you zoom in, please? And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
Thank you. If you could take that down, please. When you were searching, did you find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could you read for you 536 for us, please? I'd move this piece of evidence into evidence.
No objection.
All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's get it marked.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's wait till it's marked.
Exhibit 97.
Showing a photograph, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What's in the photograph of?
It's a photograph of the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find it in?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This is after the street was plowed.
Yes, it was.
I'd move this into evidence as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 98.
I'm sick of it. I can't believe they framed his clothes. This is insane. Why didn't they frame the jeans, y'all?
Yes, sir.
Val, that's why I made my comment. If we think Karen hit him, then why didn't anyone see him because of that glass and straw? Dog had condoms and everything, Miss Sheila.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 98 to the jury.
Okay.
And that is P4887688.
You're full of it.
Sir, could you look at that photograph? And Ms. Gilman, could you close? Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Could we zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that the area where you or your team recovered that straw?
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
That photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
It's probably, with my estimate, 15 feet, maybe 20 from the fire hydrant. It's probably 15 to 20 feet if I had to estimate.
Thank you. You mentioned that one of the items that you went back to Fairview to try to find was a hat. Why were you specifically looking for a hat?
I had learned that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to being discovered.
Did you or the team ultimately find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Could I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Key. Thank you for being here, friend.
All right, move that item into
No,
evidence.
Key, I missed that too.
So this is going to be 96.
Key, they're right there by Yuri. The plastic beside him is it.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, McKenna, could you open that and show it to the jury? Was that item photographed?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
See Jenna White. Goodbye.
So I'm showing you a series of photographs. Could you take a look at it? The first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up snow.
Third photo?
Third photo is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line, American flag, on the front of the hat and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
And the fourth photo, please.
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it, with grass showing it from underneath the hat.
I'm going to put these back in the order to identify them. Or I move these four photographs into evidence.
Okay, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Do you want them as four separate or?
Yuri said he learned. He gonna have a big bottle of water this time.
A through 99D, so marked.
Thank you very much. With the court's permission, I'd like to show these photographs to the jury.
Yes.
Beginning with 99A, P526, 7733, please. Could you close up just a little bit, please? Sir, can you describe what you see here?
Yes, that's the excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
We could next show 99B,
is
P527, 7735.
This is again the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass
Flat.
at 34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P529, 7739, please.
Once pulled out and flipped over, again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass.
Frozen
at the
flat.
scene.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you search the entire front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose. Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
On February 4th, the next day, 2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
He forgot.
I believe it was,
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
yes,
forgot.
From what group?
it was Canton Police.
As a result of receiving a call from the Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
When you say you read a check, do you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn, to make sure that any evidence that exposes itself through the melting snow would be identified and collected.
As you were on your way there, you received a call from someone from the Canton Police.
Yes,
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
Now, I just can't fathom her hitting him, and he had no broken bones, fractures, no bruising, nothing. I just can't fathom it. I can't fathom. I can't fathom him sitting in that yard. No one seeing him on the front yard. Like, you'll never make me believe it. I just need somebody to pop out with a camera. Show me she hit him or show me he walked in the house. That's all I'm asking. I just can't, y'all. I can't. The straw on the ground makes me feel like, damn, did she hit him? Well, he could have dropped the straw, right? The glass. I just can't. I don't know what to believe, y'all. I'm just John Benet Ramsey. I'll never know. This is we can't believe, we can't trust him.
Is that 710, sir?
7-10, yes, sir.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
No objection.
I don't know what's going on.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan open the item and show it to the jury?
Yes.
OLM, I had it. And Laverne, I get he could lose his straw, but then how do we account? Now, this is what I don't remember. Did they recover all of the glass? Like, they reconstructed this tail light? Did they reconstruct that glass too? Mildred, we haven't gone through the DNA the collection yet.
Thank you.
Now that is true too, OLM.
Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
It was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you two photographs. The first page, you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
And the second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
I'd like to move these into evidence. May you please, court permission?
Any objection, Mr. Judge?
No objection, Your Honor.
101A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46,
Thank
please.
I don't know what Hank is thinking right now. Yes, pretty.
Is that a
Make it
photograph of
fit.
the item you just showed the jury, sir?
Yes, it is.
And where was it in relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
It was further to the right. If you're looking at the property, if you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting on the lawn.
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47? Thank you. You could take it down, please. When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
If you say Proctor, I'm gonna scream.
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
Could you do 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
Y'all, they working hard not to say that man's name. Well, they say he was incapacitated. Whatever the wounds back of his head incapacitated him. But what I can't fathom is how they're trying to say he hit it one right there at the edge of.
That bag contains some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road.
Yes, it does.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
He can't hit his head at the edge of the road and then be found where he was found.
Can you describe generally
incapacitated.
the size of the items in that bag?
Can I open it?
Please.
He's just up here playing. I'm sick of him, Caitlin. All the smiling is pissing me off. He was with Proctor. Slow mo this for me, y'all, so I can see the comments that's coming through. Talking about he didn't remember who he was with.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic pieces of clear and red and black items that are in size approximately to like $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag? In total, of the 6 items in that bag,
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
when you retrieved those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves in a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times.
What that mean?
It was the same general vicinity.
What?
And we just made the decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph these six pieces.
Were they in any remarkably different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the? Let me rephrase that.
No.
Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were all in the general area where the other pieces had been located. It was on the left side of the lawn, but near the flagpole, between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes.
Could you provide us? May I approach? I'm not sure if I've marked this one for evidence.
Yes.
Your Honor.
How can we even be sure it came from 34 Fairview? No. I'm supposed to just trust you, Yuri.
Could you produce
No.
7-12, please?
Yes, sir.
Y'all, goodbye.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection.
With the-
We supposed to just trust this man. No notes, no pictures. No. No.
With court's permission, could Trooper Mechanic open the bag?
Yes.
No, we just made a decision not to call crime scene out. That's their job. First murder in like 20 something years. Hell, they looking for something to do. OLM ain't no motherfucking way that he just said that on this stand. Thank you for
In that bag, are there different types of items? The items you showed us before were appear to be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir.
I don't remember them not taking pictures and not calling CSI. Like, I knew people were finding stuff, but
I'm gonna have to open the wax bag.
Please.
Hank is embarrassing himself. The Commonwealth has embarrassed themselves. Why would you have him? We can't investigate cases like this. Lunch is normally at 1, so we may get a little bit, or maybe they'll go to lunch early.
Could you stand so the people?
Oh,
in
I'm
the back-
disgusted.
Thank you. Were there a number of different items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand, and this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
And again, is this February 10, 2022?
Yes, it is.
The last evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not. No.
Any different reason than the last bag?
No.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point in time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
I can't wait for AJ to say, why didn't you call the CSI team? Like, who gets to just make up things that they gonna do? Hey, Mickey. This is insane.
Is that all the pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At
Look
some
at-
point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from CF McCarthy's, the waterfall. There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes.
For what location?
For the Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's residence.
Did you
Right.
receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a computer?
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
At some point, I reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Through the search warrant, yes. We
Sure.
requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you review any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I'm not.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone tower, voice communications.
Okay. Do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received that text or text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond through with verbiage.
And then during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch.
Oh,
As I was
God.
controlling traffic, I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through, and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji,
Oh, God.
indicating that I read it.
Oh,
At
God.
some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes,
And as a result of that text chain, was there an investigation?
there was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with the thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or
Oh,
portion of the
God,
information
y'all,
that
this is
came through on my watch.
crazy.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes,
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain? I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
that's correct.
Sustained is to full.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Sustained is to full.
What was that second sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation.
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
Every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No,
Was there punishment in light of those 2 sustained findings against you?
there was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Oh, that's it.
Do you presently work in the homicide division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be.
Have you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, hey, I don't care if you have him read this or the defense brings it out. It's still gonna be terrible. And if I'm AJ, I'm making them read it again. Man, please. I didn't read the whole text chain. I liked it to show that I read it. So if you liked it to show that you read it, you damn it, you read it.
May I stand here?
Sure.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document. And if you turn the page.
Ain't no way to
into-
you fix
One
it.
more page, please.
You can't soften the blow with this.
The email chain.
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page?
Yeah, how
Is there a text?
you gonna fix it?
Yes, there is.
Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
And he don't give a damn.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Yeah, keep
Next
going.
one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the name of the author.
I'm sorry, this document does not
You know who it is.
identify who the author is, sir.
I hate Yuri. I hate Yuri.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I hate him, and he is still a police officer.
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
You know who it is.
If you made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments,
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you?
absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Now, how the hell can he tell us his comments if he don't even know who he was talking to?
If you don't know who made the comment, could you just
Oh.
identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over because I
Okay.
should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Who is?
Okay, next.
Now he like he
It
don't know who
appears
it
to
is.
be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far. Again, this I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who is writing these?
Yes, I believe
Okay.
that is.
Next, please.
Read them, Yuri. You can read.
There's a blank page, and that's the end.
Y'all, this is disgusting. Do you hear me? I believe it's Michael Proctor. You know who that is. Yuri. The text.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
That's it.
And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
He'll be up here. He'll be up here for another day. Because Hank won't let him go. He'll be up here another day.
Did you get to look at the ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, or we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it could be a cooperating witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is, it's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Tell you, I did. Oh, I hate saying the word hate, but I can't wait for him to get off the stand. Such a liar. He's just a disgusting human being. I don't understand how he still has a job. Lock him up and throw away the key.
Thank you.
Ugh.
When you reviewed the video from the ring that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022, did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
If I could have video 119.
Okay, I don't know. I dislike yours so bad.
Thank you.
Just can't believe he up there lying. I was on my Apple.
After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please?
Oh, Keith, are you talking about when they said his retarded client?
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Did you have, there's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please?
This is just ring video from his house throughout the day, like leading up to the 29th.
Thank you. In your investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any ring video on the production that was sent to you by Ring for the time period of around 12:36:39 on the evening of January 29, 2022?
There was no ring video for that time frame.
Did you look for ring video around 5:07:58 that morning on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please?
And why would she delete video that shows her walking in the house at 12:36? Right, Kira. It's just dumb at this
Thank you.
point.
Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
We have exhibit or video 159, please. Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please?
Gotta be Princess. Something line. Everything line.
Stop that, please. Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play? Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1-minute segment of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Continue, please.
No video of her going in the house. No video of them looking at the tail light.
Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please?
Nicole, that's a good point. If she said all of that, and at this point, Peggy said something to Karen, nobody thought to look at her card then. And isn't it strange that her tail light, when they reconstructed it, is only missing that little piece that was probably missing in the first place? That's weird to me. That is weird to me.
Thank you. Did you look at video from 1240?
Yes, I did.
We have video 171.
They just walking right on past it. Is he still laughing? What the hell is wrong with Yuri? Like, why do you have the giggles during a murder trial? Like, what's going on there? Crystal probably wasn't even thinking that far. Karen's not going to testify. If I were her, I wouldn't testify either. She's never, at this point, it's, this case is so divided. People already say she looks bitchy. She clearly, even from the documentary, I could tell she's over John dying. She's focused on her getting out of jail. So she's probably not going to be emotional. She's making the right decision to testify. Leave your brothers alone. Me too, Ashley. I hate it. Yeah, I get it. There's this part of you that you want to hear it, but if you watch the documentaries, I think you've kind of heard as much as you can about what happened that night. And quite honestly, I don't think she really, truly, I don't think she'll ever appeal to the jury the way you'd want her to.
Thank you.
I just don't think so.
Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before
Yeah,
the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video, no.
When you were at the Sallyport, did you get an opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see, after the snow melted, what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sallyport, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
Did you get an opportunity to see any video or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sallyport video?
Yes.
Did you view the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
Yes.
Yeah.
If we could go back to video 153 from Exhibit 6.
Yes, they said the light. Yeah, you're
Play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
working this out,
Yes.
dragging this out.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2000?
Yes, it is.
I can't
You
wait
stop,
for
please.
Alan to just get up.
Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please.
Why he ain't stopped
Thank you.
right
May I
there?
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, Emily, you know, a lot of people pointed that out, but people say it points to her innocence.
Any of the documents, sir? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
Any objections to Jackson?
There you go.
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6.
No.
At some point later that afternoon, you shared, or mid-afternoon, you went to Dighton, but before that, did you review any other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dighton address?
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 10, please? Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on Exhibit 11? Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dighton,
Yes.
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car.
Yes.
Is there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of every single image that I saw.
You mentioned that there was a tow of that car in Dighton that you were there for.
Yes.
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware, yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com. No objection.
105.
Yours looks like he has somewhere else he'd rather be, someplace to go. I hope he's coming off as unlikable.
Did you view the video that was provided to us relative to the right rear tail light?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is video 1, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a lot of snow.
Play video 2,
It roll.
please. Could you stop, please?
I think he looks so
Do
cold.
you notice anything about the color of the right rear tail light?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please? Thank you. You can put the lights on, please.
Kiara, the little strand of hair that could, because it survived all of that.
Sir, did you have an opportunity to review video from CF McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Say January 29th, 2022.
Yes.
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed those videos, were there a number of different things you were looking for?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bar, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
I think this presentation may take a few minutes.
All right, where is the counsel sidebar for just a second, please? Jurors, feel free to stand.
I was just typing that I think Yuri will be here for 2 days. Probably wouldn't have been if he didn't get up here lying and stuck to what he did, but clearly he has to cover for Proctor. So here we are. Yuri is definitely going to take us into lunch. We will come back. He'll probably still be on direct examination because I do think Hank can anticipate what his cross is going to look like. But we're going to be stuck with Yuri and Hank. And I'm just so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. I think he has been worse. I hate Yuri worse than I do Gallagher. I really can say that with 100% certainty. I think Yuri is worse than Gallagher. I think it's crazy that both of these police officers are standing by the foolishness that they did when it came to this investigation. The fact that Yuri wants us to believe, he wants me to believe that he followed Proctor around like a shadow. I can't trust you, but I'm supposed to trust that you made sure Proctor did everything right. Why did he get fired? Shalon, I don't know why he's still here. I wish I did. They're not going to call Proctor Jasmine. I think everybody sees it now. Proctor's not going to be called. I think it's a mistake.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm giving you a CD. Do you recognize that?
Okay, hold on.
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from CF McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson has no objection.
There's no objection on that.
Sir, I'm handing you 4 photographs. Do you recognize what they are?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
There's still frames from CF McCarthy's on January 28th, 2022 at 9:26:01 as timestamped on the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
There are.
I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection on it.
Thank you. Is one exhibit again with the letters, please?
Sir, I'm showing you 4 more photographs. Can you take a look? Do you recognize?
Look at Hank. Ugh, I wonder if the jury likes Hank. Or how do they feel about him, I wonder.
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
There's still shot photos of the waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection on it.
Me too. His face is making me mad too.
It's 108A through 100.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I proceed with the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
PowerPoint presentation.
Trooper, I may stop you with a couple points.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to us what this is?
Yes, from left to right, it is chronological events that took place at CF McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that the video is time-stamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be timestamped 2051, which is 8:51. So that's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that it's
What?
those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the time stamped 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received and had been consumed by the defendant?
Yes. So the first video, as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please.
Not calling all of those people is absolutely insane. I'd love to see how the jury feels if this is a not guilty verdict. I want to see how it feels if they feel like they're
Stop it there.
missing pieces to the puzzle.
Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes.
From left to right of people that you recognize and identify the clothing they might be wearing?
From left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier. And then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay, thank you. If you could continue, please. We could proceed to 9:10.
I hate watching this. Wow. Niara, it's really crazy what they're doing. Hank does give Revenge of the Nerds. LaJoya, you're correct.
What did that show, sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
9:27, please.
See how it is? You got your little big man just reaching over. Let me get that. Miss Sheila, why would she sue the bar? Why would she sue? I love to see the lawsuit. I mean, I know. I want to know why she's suing the bar, and why would you sue? I'd love to see this. Look at him, Key. He just commanding attention at that bar. For getting people drunk. Are they suing them because they're saying Karen was drunk? Okay, that may be the angle. Serving Karen. When I was initially thinking about it, I was thinking about John, but forgot about Karen. In their mind, she caused his death, but it's just sad.
And what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next, please, 932.
Here, the defendant is handed a shot.
Stop, please. Okay.
Now, when she explained this, I was like, Karen,
Right there.
it was a weak drink.
I think we'll have to play it and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Gilman.
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming.
If they did know Frenchie, they know from her interviews that she's done. She was drinking, is it vodka soda or something? And then it was weak, and then she added shots to it. So she said they're thinking 8 drinks, but it was really 4. Still sounds like 8 to me if it was already liquor. But okay, Karen. I always wonder what would have happened if she said, John, I don't feel like going over there. Let's go. And Jasmine, this is again why I say my drunk clearly is not Karen's drunk. And you have to know the person. You have to know their body. She consumes liquor all the time. Maybe she holds it well because she made it home. I think those are things you have to consider. Like, yeah, she probably had a high blood alcohol level, but she probably was fine. Until y'all know how you get how you cool, you make it home, but as soon as you lay down, all of those drinks hit you. Could have been that. Now, not one glass of wine, Jasmine. Catherine, oh, my mom said when she was in college, she would do that, get a Shirley Temple with I forgot she said a cherry or something because she wasn't a drinker, but it looked like she had a drink. Oh yeah, and then y'all know she said 2 of the drinks she didn't even drink. So there's that. I got the drinks, but I didn't drink them. Because when I go out with my niece and nephew, child, I'm always sober, but they drink a lot. No, you don't, Key. Drink like me, okay? 2 drink max. If it's a party or something, I'm with a lot of people, I might go to about 3 or 4, maybe even 5, over a couple of hours though. But drinking 8 drinks in 4 hours was crazy. I think it was about 4 hours. It was crazy. I don't. My mom won't let me do that. Right? Yes, Ash. The best thing is you can go home and go right to sleep. When you can't go right to sleep, no. Key, that was messy. Drink and lose my glasses is crazy. That was messy. Just saying, like, man, hours later, he gonna be dead. That is just crazy. Yeah, Oh, Shay. Shay, you got to toughen up. At least at this bar, she was included in the conversations. Y'all know when she got to the waterfall, Nicole didn't even speak to her. Krona, happy belated birthday, Krona. Krona done creeped in on us today. I hope you had a good birthday, Krona. Was this your first birthday in Germany?
So right there, we observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket, and he put it back.
They just up drinking. Krona, where you going? Are you coming back? You're going to Ireland this time. Okay. Mama Jenkins, I don't know what's going on with the tail light. Finna brush my teeth with a White Claw. Please don't. That is the nastiest drink, man. Remember, this is Seth McCarthy's, I think, right? Brian is at the waterfall, and I want y'all to pay attention when John walks in, how he runs over to Brian Higgins. Oh my God, it was crazy.
Now the defendant picks up her second cocktail glass with the added shot in it and consumes it.
Is she consuming it or drinking a little bit of it?
See the next video, please. This is now 9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Right, Shanny. And she poured hers in that cup.
So the bartender hands over another cocktail glass and some beers. The shot goes into the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's drink number 4.
Does it also depict Mr. O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back pocket again?
Yes.
By 9:45, how many drinks have been served to the defendant?
4 drinks.
4 drinks between 9:10 and 9:45?
That's correct. In 35 minutes, 4 drinks.
Yeah, y'all, that's
Could
kind
we
of
see the
unhinged.
next screen, please. 10:09 p.m.
The liquor can only handle 1 ounce of liquor an hour, okay? For you drinkers out there. I took a bartending class And that's why I
Here, the defendant
a lot.
speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
She objections sustained.
He doesn't know what she said.
Mr. O'Keefe on his cell phone again?
Yes. And he puts it in his back pocket.
Pretty, a shot should be 1 ounce of liquor. A shot should be 1 ounce of liquor. 1, 2, 3, 4. When you're pouring it, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's an ounce of liquor. That should be a shot.
The defendant is showing Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
Yeah, okay. Let me clarify this. 1 ounce of liquor is the 1, 2, 3, 4. Your body should only be handling about 1 ounce an hour. That's what I'm saying. But most people, when they pour, like Pretty said, they're doing 1.5 ounces in the drinks, right? So, like, if you do a lemon drop, you're looking at the the ingredients. The liquor portion out of that is 1 ounce.
What is the drink count at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
We have the next.
His shoes look pretty new to me. I mean, I can see the white soles. Let me say that. Karen can drink, baby.
Mr. O'Keefe brings over a couple of beverages. The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass.
Pretty, a 6 count would be 1.5. But I'm gonna tell you, I got this license when I first moved to Georgia, so maybe it's changed. This was in 2016.
A shot glass is picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar.
So what y'all telling me, y'all be in here drinking. I don't know why they think it was intentional.
The defendant is consuming the beverage in her hand, places it on the bar.
Yeah. Okay. So now Pretty. Now I gotta. So Pretty. When you in 2020, can your liver still handle 1 ounce of liquor, or is it 1.5? I need to know for my own self.
And then
Okay, 1.5. Okay.
What time are we at now?
That was 10:34, so we're moving to 10:37.
What is the drink count at 10:34?
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Can we play 10:37, please?
Baby, she was throwing them back in an hour. How did the bartender just keep serving them like that, though?
The bartender makes 4 shots, top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
Now it's been about an hour and a half, maybe. She about 6 shots in. I'm telling you, you'll never catch me doing it. Never ever. She make me feel like she was like Grey Goose Granny, had a little thing of vodka sitting beside the bed. There's a lot of drinking. Well, Lynn, she's the only one accused of hitting him, so they only count hers. No, it won't, Brianna. Won't be me at the meetup. I'm sorry, baby. I might get 2 drinks in an hour. That's the riskiest I'm gonna be.
Here, the 4 shot glasses are redistributed.
Even if I'm in a club, y'all, we have a booth on the table. I'm not drinking like this in an hour. Gotta be key, because she throwing them back.
Pours it into her drink. She does not consume it from the shot glass.
Okay, I'll strike that.
He can't see. He's just up here saying stuff. She putting shots in her drink kit. She's ordering a drink and then adding and asking for a shot to go with that drink and pouring the shot in the drink.
Next video, please.
Now, as the page,
Me too.
Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant are getting ready to leave. The defendant is holding the drink in her left hand, continues to sip on it. And the 2 walk out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anywhere.
At 10:53, how many drinks have been served to the defendant at this point?
7.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Move to strike.
I'll strike.
Next slide.
Because they pushing it now.
And is
So
this,
I'm going to actually see counsel's on this.
I think they're about to get ready to go to lunch. It's 1:10, and I know Bev is probably up there hungry and a little upset. So I'm sure they're about to get ready to go to lunch. Also, how can we be sure she was drinking all the drinks?
For the lunch and break, it's 1:10.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
rise for the court, please. Here's closing notebooks. Follow me.
You can't be sure. Exactly, Paris. So at this point, you're just guessing. We don't know. And sometimes you want another drink. Sometimes people will buy drinks before you're finished with yours. The new one might come and you might put the other one to the side because you have another drink. There's no way to tell, at least I can't see from the video, if she finished those drinks. No cross yet. And because Proctor is not testifying, I am not sure we're going to hear anything. I mean, I'm not sure we're going to get Cross right after lunch. He's not done. He's got more video footage that he has to go through. I don't think we're going to get it. Bye. Please, goodbye. I left 3 full vodka sodas on the table when I left the bar last week. Harris, why were you ordering so many if you weren't finishing? Or did somebody buy them for you? Because when people are buying you drinks, that's like you're literally not going to be finished. Oh, you want another drink? Okay, sure. That one comes, you're going to put this one up. So I get that. Oh, I get it, Paris. Happy belated birthday, Paris. I get that. They were gifts. She said they were gifts. That's so cute, Paris. I know that's right. I know that's right. Okay, give me just a second, y'all, because there are some people in here that haven't. Let's see. Okay, y'all. This is what now y'all know it's lunchtime, so we have to figure out what we're doing during lunch. I'm definitely about to get some food. And we're here, we have until 2:00. Do you guys want to, I don't know if everyone's seen Proctor, but I thought it might be good for us to see Proctor's testimony. I thought this might be a good place to start watching him because he's not coming up. Proctor's not coming on. Yes, Summer, we can do that too. Oh, Miss Sheila, I've never had a Bloody Mary before, and it's just not a drink that I want to do. Okay, so I'm seeing people want to do panel, and then I'm also seeing some people want to see Proctor. Well, I was going to do panel tonight on TikTok. When we do our recap, I was going to do panel then for that. Ashley, I think Hank might go. Hank probably is going to go until 3:15, somewhere like that. I think we're going to do, I'm going to do panel on TikTok versus right here, just because I think I don't want the not conversation. I know we only have an hour. At least if we did panel tonight and we started, we'd at least have 2 to 3 hours to kind of get people up there and people talk. So I thought it would be good if we did Proctor. They're not calling Proctor Shalon. It doesn't seem like they're going to call him. Bloody Mary, y'all, tomato juice with liquor, I'm going to have to pass. And then I see people put celery in it. No. You shouldn't be holding grudges. You shouldn't be holding grudges. I got Proctor pulled up, y'all. I think this is his cross too, which is good. I prefer to watch his cross than watch him from the beginning.
Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's a private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 chat participants that you engaged with?
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there. They're identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I do not.
I want to take a look at page 2527, if you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who is fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes.
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficiently. Isn't that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They wanted it. They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends, again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah, maybe
The owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner was a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your answer, nope, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. Oh goodness, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text, he's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston
why
cop.
he's not going to get any shit. Correct, Trooper Proctor?
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction
And
and
you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
So let him finish. We didn't get the, finish
Some-
your answer?
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
Yes, ma'am.
The fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had you had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor. That term.
All right, so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that. Correct?
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, nope. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again, this is before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
So before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yes. Based on the evidence my office uncovered that day, the 1 shoot discovered at the scene, the 1 shoot at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight pieces underneath the snow.
Super Proctor, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked, did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes.
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him, question mark, right?
Yes.
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes
for
or no?
medical.
That's yes
No,
or no?
he's going to answer the question. If you want
Go
to
ahead.
withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital with Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. And we're still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics, correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had, a physical altercation leading to a death, correct?
Correct.
So when you just said, initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware initially that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's the another nickname I have.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises? Ever?
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
And that's
60
enough
plus.
A person out of the shoe, right?
60 plus miles per hour. So I can't recall right now off the top of my head as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen a shoe missing,
Correct.
pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
Trooper Proctor, let me ask you the question again. Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever, in your experience, seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Next question.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh, Jesus. And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove, correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
That statement That's another animal we won't be able to prove references the intentional or not part.
You
We
didn't
knew-
care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No. I
You had a narrative that you had developed and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Chair.
Did you mean by that, thank you, Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement.
Correct.
Okay. 0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
Okay, correct.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was.
Y'all, is that not sus? I know we've seen this before, but you don't remember all of the intricate details of the testimony. Is this not sus? He will mention Karen Reed's name, right? He will mention, John O'Keefe's name, but he won't mention Brian Albert's name. I think that was on purpose. I love that we're rewatching this, but I think that was on purpose.
Their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, at about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts, nah, cat.
Look at him.
I do, sir, yes.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton. Correct?
I love
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back. I'm sorry. Can I have a moment?
Yes.
Flip that.
I see where you're at, sir.
How did you end that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Now, if we could turn to page 2537. 5051 writes, but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?
Yes.
And Bird writes, something stinks,
Ooh.
correct?
Correct.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry, correct?
No.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us.
Nope.
You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions. You
Nope.
didn't say that, did you?
I did not.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
And then you indicated, we're going to put serious charges on the girl. Who did you mean by the girl, by the way?
Yeah.
The defendant.
About.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence from that day on the 29th. Everything led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this thoroughly. The question you were answering was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry since it involves cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer.
Oh, God.
Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see. Let's keep reading, shall we? 5051, a little further down, says, gotta be. I could only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there. Correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 5051, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn. Correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
Can't speak to the mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 5051 changes gears and he writes, she hot at least?
Ooh.
Correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote.
Now, damn key, because I'm stopping to say this. The fact that Proctor said that he had never personally met her, you have to know he got this information from someone. Who is the someone he got the information from? He never met her before. She's a whack job cunt. I understand people really don't like that cunt word. It's like the B word, right? Okay.
Correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation.
Yes.
Into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, Emily.
But sir, you didn't have all accounts, did you?
What I meant by that was,
did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And then
you
some.
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert. who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from percipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt.
Yeah, I know
Right?
that's right, AJ.
Yes.
Yes, Keita.
What else did you say in response to she's hot at least? Or she hot at least, question mark.
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Miss Reed.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
Emily, I'm
And no
I'm
ass.
pulled up. I'm texting.
Now you're talking about her body, her physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in with a little comedy. Not newsworthy then, correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, she didn't have an ass. Nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was 0 chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
Ooh.
0 chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
He like correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dried, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. The content's fine. You have to ask it differently.
17 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst
Jeez.
detectives in my office, we went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure because
Yes,
5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said 0 chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was I'm going to make sure.
Ooh.
I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant. Isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in. Good. No ass bitch.
Ooh.
Right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
That's crazy.
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
No.
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you? Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
Pancake
It was
King.
unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking
Yep.
you, did you think it was funny?
He did.
No, according to my response at the time, apparently.
This oh my God.
Then you sent a picture just to add to it,
What
pile
you did?
on of Miss Reed
What
being
you
arrested,
did?
correct?
I don't.
I'm
I'm not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543.
I don't even know what to Google to find a picture of somebody with no butt.
Are you there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
I know.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022. A person by the name of Doc writes, "Is that chick a smoke?" Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Miss Reed.
And you write E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
What's another?
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
Your essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
Your anus?
Yes.
That's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
Look out here, I'm looking at our daddy.
Yes.
And you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed? Yes or no?
Yes.
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You could get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again, another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
Oh, why don't I remember AJ constantly saying anus? Why don't I remember that? But y'all, where would he get all of this information from about her? Listen to the stuff that he's saying. I know we done been through this already, but I didn't remember all of this. Her anus? Where would he hear all of this shit from? Who would know all of this about Karen? This early into the investigation.
In reference, yes.
Yes, DD.
Were you aware at the time that you wrote this that Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
I was not, sir, no.
Were you aware that she had had 10 surgeries in 18 months, several years prior? 10.
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues that she suffered with, she was a victim of for years? Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustained.
But you decided
Brianna, this your first time?
that you're going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy.
1 second, sir. Sorry.
Miss Duncan. Y'all tell it, hold on.
All set.
I'm sorry. Christine. You decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point, Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
No, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. On the same date, February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m., a person by the name of Whitey wrote, "What are you
And why do they all have names like they are really drug dealers?
guzzling on," correct?
Yes.
And you wrote nothing, writing a warrant. Is that right?
Telling them everything.
Correct.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
Yes.
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?" Correct?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at Sidebar. Take that down,
Tell
please.
me what he wrote. Tell me what he wrote. Shanti, I know you're not in labor and you in this group chat, girl. Girl. We having a baby in the chat. That is absolutely crazy. And what a first, girl. Congratulations and wishing you a healthy and speedy delivery, girl. Her first baby. I've been on this monitor since yesterday, hoping for a safe delivery. I'm wishing you a safe delivery, girl. Easy delivery. No stress. Everything just happens. Just quick and easy. I think both of my babies, I was in labor about 5 hours. Wishing you the same, okay? Quick, get that baby on out of here. Let's start your life. Start your life with your new bundle. Congratulations, girl. Congratulations. Brianna, I forgot.
You are unmuted.
In and out. Proctor, it's nasty.
Take that down.
Without reference to the specifics of what was.
I'm going to see counsel at Sidebar.
Sure.
Damn. I want to know what the man said. I want to know what he said. I know it was something disgusting. Here's the problem. How do you get these text messages in if Proctor is not going to testify? You know what, Shanti? You have just inspired me, girl. I think I'm going to be next. What are the chances someone is in labor on the chat? It seems like a sign. Shanti, thank you for the sign. Thank you for that sign, girl. I think it's God telling me you're on the right track. Thank you, girl. Thank you, Shanti. I appreciate it. I think it's a sign. But anyway, I want to know what was said. How do we have to skip over it?
Trooper Proctor, without getting to the specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Ms. Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask.
Ooh,
Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
yeah, babe.
Was there a continued discussion that finished on this subject matter?
Yes.
On Monday, you indicated that your conduct in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? That's what you
Correct.
said to the jurors.
Correct.
Do you know what the definition of integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
Oh, and did you? Yeah.
It means the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Part of it.
Do you stand by that testimony that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation? Sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
Oh, shut up. You don't look like you regret it.
When you say they're juvenile and regrettable, it sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
For those texts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Look at that. He was about to say
Mr.
yes.
Proctor, have you ever apologized to Ms. Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
As the lead investigator in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. That's part of your job, correct?
Correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation, in this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabes.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time. Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024, that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago. So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabes?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said?
Objection.
Do you remember what you
He
said?
was such a bad witness.
During that proceeding, no.
He was such a bad.
Refresh your recollection if you took a look
Oh, he was terrible.
at those grand jury minutes.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to watch Proctor.
What page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 01563.
He looked like he just be on some bull too. He just looked like it. Oh, I know he hated sitting on that.
If you'd review that and look up when
I
you're
said
finished.
he took it to the chin though. He did the best he could. He knew he was fucked, but he got up there. He is married, Shannon, with kids. I told you the kids are no longer having any play dates because the way Connor acted on that stand, people probably are running from Proctor. They don't want to be associated with him, especially if they're still law enforcement. Oh, and so, and that's what's weird to me. Why isn't he like, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all everything that happened. I don't like the job. Probably never be in law enforcement again unless it's the security at the local Kmart. I would be singing. I sound like I'm underwater.
There you are.
Okay.
Would that refresh your recollection about a question and answer that you had, or series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
Can y'all hear me now? I don't know why it sounds different. I haven't done anything to my laptop. Look at me remove. I had my tea by my laptop, not me scooting it over. Miss Sheila, that was my point. I don't know if it was me talking through the system or they're doing something around me, but if y'all can hear me now, then it's fine. Kmart is closed. Kmart is closed, y'all. That was my point. He will not get a job. They probably starting back. Let me go. Let me switch back. They're probably starting back now. That's why I said Kmart. It's closed. Trooper Proctor will not be getting a job. But I do feel that I feel bad for his children because there probably are people who do not want to be associated with him, right? And who's an extension of him? His children, his wife. I said in the video, I know they're not inviting her to the waterfall. Hell, she probably drinking at the house. I hope she's in the chat and understands that now an ounce of liquor, now a shot is 1.5 ounces. It's not just one. If you at that house making drinks by yourself now because of your husband, you gotta count to 6 now, not just 4. Brianna, I will not, because I'd like to keep my peace. I don't think they blackballed him from getting a job, maybe in another town, Missy. But he can't be a state trooper, can't work for Canton. Yes, Forrest, we are still on direct. We are still on direct. I do believe that I'm sure life is different for his family because of his action. Oh, my bad, y'all. I'm gonna watch the rest of Proctor, child. I still got Paul Gallagher up. I don't know why. Going back and looking at their testimonies and seeing what was testified to now versus then is exciting. Exactly, Miss Cherie. And I can guarantee his wife and his children are really feeling what he's done. You think about it. Here's the thing. Was he really trying to help the Alberts? Was he really trying to help them? And if he was, why isn't he snitching on them? Why hasn't he rolled over? Or has he? What if he gets on that stand? I don't think he's going to do it, because could they file obstruction charges against him? Ooh, what if he had immunity? Yeah, what if he gets on that stand with immunity? I don't think that's going to happen, but what if he got on that stand and he had immunity? I don't think that's going to happen, though. That's wishful thinking. Wishful thinking that he gets on that stand and said, and Brian Albert or somebody, they in that courtroom and he did it. He told me to do it. I don't think that's going to happen. What if he's a fed witness? Ooh, I would like that. But Ash, here's the thing that people don't understand. When you have stuff like when you have cases like this, the government can do a lot of things, right? The government can do a lot of things. And the fact that the government can do so many things, if they wanted to, they could bury all of this stuff that happened with this investigation, right? In order for him to bring all these people down. They could do that type of stuff if they wanted to. The fact that it's not being done, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Oh, thank you, Claudia. I don't understand that. Maybe he's the new witness they were speaking of, and why the CW isn't calling him. I'm sick of Ash. I'm gonna tell you something. This case, I don't know if I've seen so much misinformation ever. You really have to check behind yourself. You have to check behind the information, because it's always something in this case. I hope whomever they're talking about really is a witness that's going to turn this case upside down. Because AJ, who I still have yet to hear the witness who put John O'Keefe in the house, he told us we were going to hear that. And I don't think I heard him wrong. But then I'm also wondering if it's going to be Brian Higgins. Is it going to be Brian Higgins? And they're going to use his testimony where Brian Higgins said he saw a tall, dark-haired man come into the house. Because if that's it, that's very underwhelming, and I'm going to be pissed. I'm going to be pissed if that's it. It's not being done because they were expecting her to lie down and take a plea. True. Brian Albert probably paid him to do this. That man made $250K in 2020. God damn. Lord. I think that's going to come out with the defense's case. True, Jazz. But who's the person going to be? Do you think it's a new witness or old? She said, I'm sick of this whole case. Me too, if I'm being honest. But hell, every case we've watched has been full of shit. Why isn't the state doing what they need to do? I think AJ has not crossed Buchanan yet. Every case that we've done, the state has done a piss poor job investigating the case. I want to walk in and it's just clear as day. Either the person did it or didn't. It's always this reasonable doubt, which is the foundation or one of the fundamental principles of our judicial system. It's always the reasonable doubt. It's never clear cut. Yep, this is what happened. It's never that. Miss Sheila, Okay, we can go look at it once because they're about to get ready to come back from lunch. Are you talking about Caitlin or no? You said Albert. Are you talking about Caitlin or are you talking about Allie? Because Allie had a slip up. Allie is I know one that had a slip up. Jen's daughter. Chelsea, she had to have a reason. I think money would be a motivating factor if she's losing everything. If she's losing everything, yes. I'm trying to write this down. Do you mean Caitlin or Allie, Miss Sheila? Turtle Boy got the police called on him again. Damn, they won't let up on him either. Allie, okay, that's Jen's daughter. Yes, because Miss Sheila, remember she started crying soon after and started talking about harassment and all of this stuff was going on. So yeah. The loan is the BK is innocent. Who is the BK? Hold on. I'm gonna have to read up because I really the Idaho 4. I just remember hearing about it. Let's see. I remember when I took Mariah to school, I heard about this Idaho 4 case. Turtle, I don't know what's going on with Turtle Boy. He gonna have to start caring or something. Caring in the sense of you could go to jail. Some stuff you might just need to stay away from. At this point, you have a large enough audience where you can do what you need to do from home. You don't have to do all the other stuff. Wendy, yes. And then shortly after, she started crying. So it's Allie. Remember, y'all, she started, my family has been harassed and we can't go anywhere. It's just like she started crying because she knew she slipped up. I don't know who the hell BK is. Can y'all help me out? Oh, okay. Thank you. There's his name. Let me write this name down. Yeah, my little notebook, when I tell you, has gotten some miles put on it. He needs to humble himself. He just might need to do something because, I mean, these people keep trying to send you to jail. At some point, you gotta start. Instead of saying no justice, no peace, you might need to say, let me keep the peace to get justice. Because there is clearly a target on your back. Whatever everything you do is going to be magnified. So some stuff you just gotta not do. Capture online, like when it was YSL, Thugger Daily would always post them. He even had a Google Drive. I got Moonsoon's motion pulled up on my computer right now. I got that from his attorney. She posted a Google Drive. All of the Melly motions, Bryson Boone Paul, he always posts them. Typically, you can sometimes Aaron sends me stuff. Aaron will send me stuff, but typically there's always someone online who has access and will post them. So I'll get them from there. Oh Lord Jesus. I don't think I'm not gonna be able to watch that. We do want to watch the first one, but I'm not gonna be able to watch the second one when it's going on because Jarvis Butt's trial will be going on around this time. The long is how were they murdered? Because you can kill 4 people in 17 minutes. This is just sad though, man. Oh, Heather, no, Heather, I said that in my head too. I was because you're just thinking because in my mind I'm thinking that maybe it was with a gun. And I'm like, if you had a gun, you could probably do it in 10 seconds or something. With a knife, 17 minutes still seems like a lot of time. Mira, I kind of figured that was probably going to happen. The Brian K. trial is going to be a huge allegedly. I got his name right here because I'm going to go look that up. Ashley, I think we need to come together so we can figure out what we're doing. Like, we have this gap. Like after trial, I like to take like a week off and then start off. So we need to see. I want to know what trial I'm gonna do after that. I really want to watch the Jay Lee trial. I would love to do Melly. Excuse me. Excuse me, y'all. I would love to do Melly closer to the second trial starting. So it's kind of fresh on our minds. So if he's starting in September, I did put on my calendar to start him around August. I would like that. And I don't want to do 12-hour streams, like 8 to 10. Cool. So I would like to do that rewatch. Melly's not getting banned. I think someone posted, I think he posted it, and I saw someone else. He got banned for one of the 6 charges. I said, Lord, why would they even waste their time? He went from room to room, floor to floor. And if it was quick, quiet, I could see it happening. I have not planned and plotted out anything, but I was thinking of a gun.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take us to 1054 before we begin. Trooper Kennick, is this a different location than all the video we've seen before?
Yes, this is the Waterfall Bar Grill surveillance footage from inside the lounge area. And for reference purposes, this is at this location, the timestamp is accurate to the real time.
Ms. Gilman, could you begin at 1054, please?
Here we see the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, walk into the bar and see their friends and engage in hugs and
He
greetings.
ran to Brian.
We'll let the Waterfall Bar videos play.
I'm sorry, sir?
We'll let the Waterfall video bars play. We'll just let them play.
Okay.
$11.46, please.
I don't think it's altered. I think it looks like what I saw in the documentary too. Miss Sheila said we won't be getting crossed until tomorrow. Oh, Erica, be careful. I mean, the first person he ran to was freaking Brian Higgins. That is crazy.
1206, please. $1207. $1210, please. Did you see the last person walk out the door on that video clip?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify who that is?
Yes, it's Mr. John O'Keefe. He's wearing the two-tone gray sweatshirt with the sleeves pulled up towards the elbows.
Is that the same clothing that you found at Good Samaritan Hospital when you went to visit?
Yes, it is.
The baseball hat, did you have an opportunity to look at the hat he was wearing?
Yes, I did.
Is that consistent with the hat that you and the group found on February 3rd, 2010?
Yes, it is.
The pants?
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 108C. This is already introduced to the evidence. When you studied that photo, do you notice anything in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
Yes, in his right hand, he's holding a short style cocktail glass with black drinking straw protruding from it as it is backdropped on the snow on the hood of the car that's parked outside.
Could we show 108C, please? Ms. Goodman, could you focus the best you can on the drink? Is that the photo you looked at?
Yes, it is.
Can you point out or explain where you see the drinking straw?
Absolutely. Right there to the right of the red indicator, you could see the straw protruding out of the glass. Mr. O'Keefe is holding in his right hand.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
I'm going to allow it.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. One last matter, Trooper Buchanan. In 2024, did you obtain ring video for that time period in 2024 from Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide that ring video to a person who works for a company by the name of Aperture?
Yes, we did.
And just very basically, do you know what Aperture does?
Yes, I do.
What do they do?
They assist in scientific fashion to reconstruct, test, and evaluate, analyze vehicle-involved crashes and deaths.
Is Aperture part of the Mass State Police team?
They are not.
Are they a private company?
Yes, they are.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing in the item to you, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a ring video from 2024.
So what location?
Meadows Ave.
Thank you. I move this to evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Woo! Here it goes. Get that water. Get that water, Yuri. It is time. Yeah, AJ. Let me go on mute.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Buchnick.
Good afternoon, sir.
I want to talk to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation.
Let's go.
Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case was concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator,
What?
liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right. And managing the investigation doesn't mean just, typing up schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain
Right.
That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or the DA staff, where their experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from the lead case agent himself or herself, correct?
At times, yes.
Every team, even back when you were in the military, you were on many, many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
I'm sorry, you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear you.
Every team, including back in the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps, every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? That's the whole point of a team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person.
And there has to be some sort of echelon of leadership
Come on
that
now.
team, correct? Everybody's not just an equal, co-equal, correct?
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but some teams have equal rank. Yeah.
But there's going to be a team leader,
Look
right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
Come on.
Yes, there is a team leader in the Marine Corps, in the rifle platoon, but not every team.
Yuri!
Did the team in this case, in this investigation, have a leader? Someone who was assigned as the lead case agent? Not just another officer, not just another detective, but the lead case agent.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say
Lead
case agent or case officer,
right?
Correct?
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer or any other case officer that you might have, or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision. Your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated. It's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
Is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under your charge. Is that right?
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
fair enough. Fair enough. That may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
We take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
Theo, it's on
Part of the
slow for me.
responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure that the case is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right suspects, right? The array of suspects that may exist, you want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that array of suspects is appropriate and proper, correct?
In every investigation, we follow the evidence. We follow the statements provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses in the case. Sometimes the defendants or suspects provide statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation, and that evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather, that evidence in an appropriate and objective way. It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation, correct?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I knew it.
Maybe.
He thinks it's a tough question.
You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is objective, that in a way that is unbiased, so that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? The right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering in the most appropriate ways possible. Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting evidence A or evidence B. And those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by a group putting their heads together and deciding on that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
Not really.
that's the most
Let's try it again.
accurate explanation.
That's
Okay.
not an answer.
You done?
I am.
Okay. Let's try that again. You want to make sure that the evidence, as a supervisor, supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
That includes knowing, obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on, because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
You want to make sure that, I'm going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part, you can't track every single person all the time, but this is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
If you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. It increases chances for bias. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one section at a time?
Sure. If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation, failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Isn't that right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why
Yes, that is one possibility.
Okay. Let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen, correct?
You don't want to answer that.
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
So I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory role in general. Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make sure that any investigation, as a supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there is a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
How you not gonna call Tully? That was his boss. Come on now.
Especially in a case, you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer. You have to maintain your knowledge, an intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind and with the integrity that is necessary.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
Go ahead.
This investigation was conducted professionally, with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who's the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator?
Come on.
Is there some reason?
Yeah.
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So in your mind, well, let me ask you this. It's a case officer, another word for that. Synonym would be an investigator, right?
Ooh.
He's a detective, an investigator. Right?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, that morning, January 29, 2022. He was assigned to the case, right?
Michael.
Yes or no? Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
Well, you said a lot before that, so.
No, he
He was
didn't.
assigned to the case. What I said before that was January 29, 2022. He was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case, right?
No.
Who was?
He was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result.
That's what he said.
He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began much earlier in the day.
Sorry, we can do this all day, I suppose.
Right.
He was on call.
He was.
January 29th, correct?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's
Who was
on the
it?
schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
Damn. Oh, Yuri.
Let me just ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation?
Ooh.
Tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Ooh. Ooh. Come on, man. He cussed AJ out. He said,
Is that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure is. Everything I say is a question.
Oh.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
Sustain to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again, Mr.
I'll ask it again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
I'll allow it.
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction
Michael
and one
Proctor.
direction only.
So, Sergeant Buchanan, you don't want to answer my question. Correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Answer it then.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
Oh, Yuri.
You do know that he touched or had input in
He died.
nearly every part of this case, obviously, as the case officer, correct?
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection to nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
He had a role that was more significant than others. A major role would, to me, suggest that he had 51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
So you believe, as you sit here today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus
Yeah, this is insane.
because he didn't have 51% of something?
How do you?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay. You're aware of the search warrants that were drafted, affidavits that were attendant to those search warrants in this case, correct?
Am I aware of affidavits drafted?
Search warrants and affidavits.
In support of the search warrants?
Correct.
Yes, I am.
Right. You're also aware that there was a good amount of physical evidence that was handled in this case? Recovered, touched, booked, assigned or booked into the lab, things of that nature?
I am aware of the evidence involved in this case, yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
No, he's defending himself. He was Proctor's supervisor. So how would it look if he let Proctor do all of this shit? He's defending himself. That's why he's going so hard. It has nothing to do with Proctor. It's everything to do with him and what
Sergeant
he's
Buchanan,
allowed.
I've handed you a binder, and it's tabbed just for your convenience, so I don't have to walk back and forth. With
Thank
the
you,
court's
sir.
permission.
Yes.
Can you open tab 1? I'm not going to ask you to read the entire search warrant, but is that a search warrant that ends in 07?
Yes, it is.
And it's for generally Verizon records for Miss Reed's cell phone.
No, I would not agree with you, sir.
What is that search warrant for?
It's for Verizon records for a VIN number, which looks like a vehicle.
Why would Verizon have a VIN number?
Is that the vehicle, the SUV, the Lexus SUV in this case?
I do not know for sure because it doesn't have that identifier here, and I don't know the VIN number off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Who's the affiant?
Michael Proctor. Shalanda, he still works there.
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 2? Is that a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry,
I don't want to
13.
ruin your presentation here.
What?
Search warrant ending in 13. I misspoke.
Okay.
Is that a search warrant for, generally speaking, Karen Reed's cell phone?
The quality of this photocopy is so poor, I cannot make out exactly what it's for, but there is an overlay of print. I can read what is presented to me, if that's what you want me to do. I do not know if this is an authentic copy of a search warrant.
Let's just look at the affidavit. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
Gary, you're pissing me off so bad. Kaylane, I know all the answers and I don't have the binder. Michael Proctor.
On this document, the affiant is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab? By the way, just staying with that for a second, you said you don't recognize it. Do you recognize it as being attendant to this case?
The application or the affidavit?
The search warrant. Well,
Again,
they go together.
The application or the together?
They go together.
I understand that, but I'm asking which document you want me to.
The document in total. In other words, it's not a search warrant dealing with a different case. It's dealing with Ms. Reed's case, correct?
The jury has to know he's full of shit. They have to see it. They have to see it.
Again, I cannot say from the search warrant
Whoa!
because of the quality of it. The addendum A appears to be with this case.
Okay. Have you
And
ever
the
seen
F-
it before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen it before, this search warrant?
I haven't read the whole thing, so I can't testify to that.
So this could be a search warrant that you never even saw?
Based on
Oh,
what you're presenting to me, never having seen or not having read all the details of it, I cannot say whether I've seen it before or not.
So you're not sure that Michael Proctor didn't just do the search warrant without your knowledge?
oh. Since you want to go
Just
there.
sit here.
Since you want to go there.
I don't know if this is truly Michael Proctor's product.
Think that might be a forgery?
I'm sorry?
You think that might be a forgery at the end of that affidavit?
Well, for one, it's not signed. So I don't know who produced this. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who produced this. The quality of the first document, the narrative, I don't know who produced it. If you show me a search warrant application with an affidavit from court with a stamp, the time stamp and the stamp water seal from court, I will tell you that that's what it appears to be. What you've shown me here, I don't know what this is.
Otherwise, looking at that document, seeing the affidavit, seeing the addendum, seeing Michael Proctor's name on it, no clue whether or not that's a warrant that's attendant to this case that Michael Proctor drafted and submitted. You have no clue.
I can't take you at your word.
Not asking you to take me at my word, sir. I'm not testifying. I'm asking you to take the document at his word. You recognize it or not?
Baby,
If you don't, you don't.
Right. You need a break.
I do not know.
Okay, let's turn to tab 3.
You need a break. I know. I
Does
need
that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 14?
ain't gonna need a break. He need a
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to generally be associated with ring camera footage at One Meadows? Or can you not tell that?
It has an email address, an associated MAC address. So yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay. Can you tell me who the affidavit is?
Sidebar, man. We need a sidebar. Jaleesa AJ is on one today, baby. Talking about he ain't recognizing, so now it's a forged document. Okay. Brooklyn, you know he's all kinds of B words. You know AJ don't have little eyebrows up there. He probably
Again, this is not a signed search warrant. This is just an affidavit.
Whose name is at the bottom of it?
The name at the bottom printed is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 4?
all of this with Michael Proctor.
Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 04?
Yes, it does.
And does that appear to be for ring footage also at One Meadows in 2023?
Hey, kids, baby. Don't say you can't recognize it.
Based on the application addendum A, it's the same email address associated with the previous location of Meadows, yes.
Who's the affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 5?
I guess this is Michael Proctor, 49%.
Does that appear to be a police report?
It does.
And do you see a reference in that police report for a search warrant ending in 10 for a telematic system regarding Miss Reed's SUV? And it may speed things up if you look at page 2.
He's gonna say Michael Proctor.
There is a reference to it, yes.
Okay.
Who is?
Whose report is that?
It's Trooper Nicholas Garino's report.
And who is referred to on page 2 as seeking search warrant ending in 10.
That search warrant was issued at Stoughton District Court and presented by Trooper Proctor.
Turn to tab 6, if you wouldn't mind.
The fact that he's making him flip through that binder and say it.
Do you see a search warrant ending in the number 77?
I see the application, yes.
And this deals with Google, some geofence data, correct?
You know when you be talking to your man and what it say? You already know what it say. What it say?
Yes, it is.
Who's the affiant?
My cheeks hurt. Look at Yuri. Yuri, you know what it say.
Again, this search warrant is not signed, but
Who's
I would say
here?
this isn't an actual search warrant, but it seems like at the bottom it says Trooper Michael Proctor.
Turn to tab 7, please.
Yuri gonna get annoyed and say, we
Does that
get it.
appear to be a report authored by Nicholas Garino?
It does.
Does that deal with John O'Keefe's cell phone?
It is, Leg. Because since he wanna play, okay, let's just make you go through this whole binder.
It's a report written by Nicholas Garino referencing Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, yes.
And it indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was seized by
Who?
a particular trooper.
That's what the report indicates, yes.
Who's the trooper?
Who's the trooper?
In this report, it says that Trooper Proctor secured the cell phone.
Turn to tab 8, if you don't mind. Do you see a similar report by Trooper Garino?
Yes.
And do you see reference to Karen Reed's cell phone having been seized?
Oh. Brianna, since he playing.
Yes.
And that was seized by Trooper Proctor also, correct?
Yeah, him and I were there together.
Where your name
His
is?
name is in the report, though.
Where your name is?
Yes, his name is in the report.
Your name is
Who
not in
is
the
it?
report, is it?
I'll have to check. Give me a second, please.
Yeah, look at it. About our name.
My initials are in the report.
Turn to tab 9.
1 out of 10. We got your initials.
Do you see a report by you
I do.
Oh, we
indicating early spring 2022? There was a CPD video requested by somebody, correct?
Yes.
Who did you indicate requested that CPD video?
The case officer, Trooper Proctor.
And you went and actually, in this instance, you actually went and got the video and delivered it to him.
Yeah. Why didn't you keep it?
Yes, as the case officer, I would. Yeah.
Player.
Because as the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things, have them delivered. Correct?
Yes.
Anybody's entitled to ask for things. Absolutely. We are pursuing justice. We're looking for
Oh,
any and all
Yuri.
possible evidence.
I'm sure you are. As the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things to be delivered to him,
Yes. Yes.
even by his supervisor.
Yes, absolutely.
If you don't mind turning to tab 10, do
He's talking about we pursuing justice. Shut it up.
you recognize that report?
I'm sorry, I was still turning.
I'm sick of it. Baby, I'm gonna be out of I'm not gonna have a voice after this. I'm turning. I just know his wife smacks him all the time.
It's the same report.
Same report, different paragraph also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Canton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. That particular part of the report, where I'm directing your attention to July of 2023, there was a Canton Police Department video requested by someone, correct?
Yes,
Who was that requested by?
Trooper Proctor.
And who delivered it to Trooper Proctor?
I did.
Turn to tab 11, please.
Oh God, I did. Y'all, I
Do you
did.
see a document referencing the analysis of Canton Town Library videos?
I do.
Not
And
the
who
least.
is it that's listed as having received and reviewed and analyzed the town library videos?
Give me just 1 second. I have to read the report.
Shalon, I always say me and Miss J on the same line watching trial. We'll never get through the trial. Me talking, her talking, we won't get through. We won't get through. You see, Wind Down Fridays went from 1 hour to 2 to 3 hours. But we wouldn't get through it. Yuri is really pissing me off. Yuri will be up here to lunch tomorrow at this rate, at the rate he's going. He will be up here. Yes. Brianna, we're not gonna get through it.
It was Trooper Proctor that analyzed the video and wrote up the timeline.
Thank you. Sergeant, if you'll turn to tab 12.
Y'all, he's still in that damn book. He's still in the book.
Do you recognize that as being a November 2023 report?
Yes, it's report number 83.
And who authored that report?
This report is authored by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Does that indicate, and I'm not going to ask you to go through the entirety of the report, but if you scan that report, does that indicate certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own? Pieces of plastic, small black plastic, clear plastic, fragment of glass on February 11th, 2022, 3 pieces of clear plastic on February 11th, 2022, clear and red plastic pieces on February 18th, 2022. Is all that referenced in there?
Those items are documented in this report as were collected. Yes.
And those are all documented as having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself, correct?
Yes, yes, they were.
And if you'll turn to tab
Delisa, Yuri
13.
Y'all, he done been through 20 tabs.
This is an evidence submission form, correct?
I'm sorry, 13?
Tab 13, yes, sir.
I like the LL.
Yes, it's a copy of an evidence submission form from March 14th, 2022.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police custody to the crime lab, correct?
I would say so, based on this copy's information on there. Yes, I would say so.
And who's the person who submitted the items that I'll ask you about?
He already know the answer.
It is Trooper Michael Proctor.
And those items include clothing, is that right? We don't have to go through them line by line, but generally, see clothing items mentioned on there?
The first line is a clothing item, yes.
That includes a lot of what we saw today, Sergeant Buchanan, the shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans, belt, correct?
Blue jeans, belt. What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
There was a shirt, yes.
It also lists certain items of plastic, certain items of glass. Is that right?
Some of those items are listed, yes.
And it even mentions the straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
That's what the form indicates, yes.
And all of those items were submitted by Michael Proctor from his custody and control to the crime lab, correct?
That's who signed the form.
So the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, it was Michael Proctor who possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the to the crime lab, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained all of it, is that right? At least at some point?
They would have been in his
Yes,
custody as
Mark.
he's transporting them for processing at the lab, of course.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over and submitted those items, correct?
If the form is accurate, then yes, that's absolutely right.
So we've just gone through a few things. What you and I have just gone through is not nearly everything that Michael Proctor was involved with in terms of this investigation, correct? We didn't talk about witness interviews, right?
We did not talk about witness interviews,
So
no.
there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as the case officer was involved
No,
in.
Prince. Hey, Prince, how you doing?
You and I just talked about, correct?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's 100+ reports in this case that were written. There's a lot of evidence that was collected and processed. So he had a part in the investigation as the case officer managing the tasks. But there's a lot of people involved in this investigation.
Like
So he touched or authored or reviewed or controlled at least every bit of what you and I have talked about this morning. All these items that we've just talked about, correct?
He is referenced or his name appears on most of these documents, yes.
As a matter of fact,
If not all.
Of the
If
ones
not.
that we just went through, he's not just referenced, he's the author
yes.
of every single one of them, correct?
No. Nicholas Garino wrote some of these reports.
Sorry, the author of the search warrant. I asked you to look at Nicholas Garino's report to reference the search warrant that Nicholas Garino
Right.
referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I hate to do this to you, but
Oh, I don't think you do.
Right.
some of these search warrants could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't read them, so I can't tell you that he was the author. Like what you presented, I can't speak to.
You just made my point. Even as the supervisor,
Ooh,
you don't know everything that Michael Proctor is doing. do you?
ooh.
No, it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
That's what he's saying.
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, right?
I'm sorry?
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, Michael Proctor, right?
He was keeping us and his supervisors abreast of what was happening, the next step, the search warrants he was writing, the evidence that was being collected, the interviews that are being conducted, court dates and motions and stuff like that.
So he would do the work and then keep you, the word you just used, keep you abreast of that work.
Right, unless I was involved with the investigation myself. We did a ton
Yes,
of interviews
right.
together, as I authored some of these reports as well. I said there was 100+ reports.
Sir, you were notified on January 29th, 2022, that a Boston police officer was found gravely injured in front of 34 Fairview in the lawn, in the yard, correct?
No, that is not correct.
What were you notified of?
When the notification came in, it was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
At some point, you learned that male party was John O'Keefe, a police officer, correct?
At some point, we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
Matter of fact, you learned that morning. May not have been the first notification, but certainly early that morning, you knew that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer.
At some point, we learned. I don't remember exactly when, if it was morning, just after 12. I don't know when, but we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
And I'm not asking about what Trooper Proctor learned, but what you learned. You learned that he was a Boston police officer, correct?
At some point, I learned that he was a Boston police officer, yes.
And on January 29th, did you ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time?
On January 29th, 2022, at no point in time did I or Michael Proctor, who was with me the whole time, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road.
So the answer to my question, very simply, is no, right?
That's correct.
You just answered this question as well, but I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. Your Honor, may I approach? I don't want that binder to be in the...
Because he done just closed it. How you know he was done with it? Bitter beer face is hilarious.
At no point on January 29th, 2022, did Michael Proctor respond to 34 Fairview either, did he?
No, he did not.
You already indicated and you described in some detail that Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation from Canton Police Department around 8 or 9 a.m., correct? Following certain protocols.
Yes, at some point in the morning, once it was determined that Mr. O'Keefe was gravely injured and was being transported to the hospital, advised that he had a estimated 10% of survival rate, we engaged our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
Same day, Alex.
You'll often work with a local police agency, even though a police department, even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments when they request it. In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations, and our office has that responsibility of investigating those cases. But we work very well with local departments.
So the answer to that question is yes. Correct?
Yes.
If you can answer my question yes or no,
that would be
it's a
great.
lot faster. In this case, even though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with Canton PD because of a conflict or the perception of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
To alleviate any perception,
Yes.
not that one existed,
Yes.
the Canton Police Department recused themselves from being involved in the interview portion of the investigation.
And that's in no small part because the lawn on which Mr. O'Keefe was found belongs to to Brian Albert, and Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, worked as a detective at Canton Police Department, correct?
That was my understanding why they chose to take those steps.
Your first documented action in this case was to call the medical examiner's office. First documented action, not the first thing you did, but the first thing that you documented that you did was to call the medical examiner's office at about 10:41 a.m., correct?
In what respect are you saying first documented action?
There's a report where we can look at the earliest thing that you did, and it's actually written down and documented. You know what I mean by documented? Written on a piece of paper.
In that respect of documentation, I would have to look into it. I believe there was something probably before that, since there was a documentation of us getting notified of the incident.
At 10:41, let me just ask it a little bit more straightforward if I can. Let's get to the point. At 10:41 a.m., you called the medical examiner's office to inform them that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, or at least appeared to be, correct?
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are responsible for the medical portion of.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Okay, I'm gonna say, tell this man to shut it up. I know that's right, AJ. AJ said, I'm sick of this shit. I know that's right, AJ. Okay, y'all, we are caught up today. Caught up to the same, to the live stream. Anyway, I know AJ saying, listen, this is going to take hours if you don't instruct this witness to answer yes or no when I'm asking him a question. All these explanations he's trying to give me, I don't need them. If Mr. Brennan want to come back and ask him, he can sit there and explain all day. I don't need it. I don't need it. Answer the question. Damn. He's over-explained. Listen, all of this over-explaining is just crazy as hell. All you have to say is, yes, we went to the medical examiner's office when I first saw. He doesn't want to say when he first saw John, he thought John had been in a fight. He doesn't want to say what he said because now he wants to say, however, somebody else said this, and then I just thought he got hit by a car. They're gonna have to do this with Yuri because Yuri acting like Jen. Yuri's acting like Jennifer McCabe. And if I'm on the jury, I'm wondering why this police officer is, one, not trying to acknowledge that this man is the lead investigator. I'm wondering why, as his supervisor, you didn't know he was doing all of this BS. Like, I'm wondering so many things if I'm on the jury when it comes to Yuri. Why the hell are you smiling so much up there? Ain't shit funny. This is a murder case. This not like a skate park accident, okay? This is a murder case of another officer at that.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to do your best to answer the question that's asked.
Yes, Your Honor.
Stop all that extra stuff. AJ tried to be nice.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you contact the medical examiner's office in the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent, John O'Keefe, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
I don't recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said.
Ebony, he gotta be
At
on.
least your initial investigation during those early morning hours, those critical hours, led you to believe at least that there was a possibility that there was a physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
None.
That's a compound question. I have to answer it separately.
Answer it however you want to. It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me. What steps did you take to, at that moment, to determine whether or not anybody in the house could have been involved in that possible physical altercation that you just described?
We interviewed the homeowner and two witnesses that were in that house.
You never went into the house, did you? On January 29th, at least.
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house or remove the occupants, did you?
Which day?
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of January 29th.
Whatever.
I did not know.
You did not secure the yard as a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't conduct any search of that house.
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house.
I did not.
You didn't ask a forensic criminalist to join you and process the house, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't set up a crime scene log to determine who is coming in and going out of the potential crime scene.
I did not.
He looked pissed.
No one actually documented the crime scene by taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, etc., during those early morning hours, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I was not there.
But you were
So the answer is you didn't do that. And you didn't cause that to be done.
I did not do that.
Crime scene services section, what is that?
It's a unit, specialized unit on the state police. They are specially trained with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
Did you contact CSSS to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant Buchanan. You think I was talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Let's stick with 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found.
what?
Did you call CSSS out to the scene to process that house?
I did not contact crime scene services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
You mentioned that you conducted interviews that day, correct?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The
Good
second,
police.
third, and fourth were conducted at a residence in Canton. The
What was the
fifth,
I'm sorry, what was the first interview at Canton Police Department that morning?
Sergeant Good.
So other than Sergeant Good, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You mentioned 3 civilian witnesses. Where were those 3 witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
Mm.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All 3 of them.
Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor spoke to one, at least one of them, while she was at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't know.
Weren't you with Michael Proctor when he spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
Ooh.
Which time, sir?
The first time he called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th.
I don't know where Jennifer McCabe was. I can't testify to that. I have no idea.
So if that call was made, she talked about that call being made, that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. If there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
So the only 3 people you interviewed were Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
Other than Miss Reed, and before you got to Miss Reed.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't get to Miss Reed till 3:34, correct? In the afternoon.
In the afternoon. I don't know exactly what time we began the conversation.
Right. I'm talking about in the morning when you were trying to figure out what was going on. You interviewed 3 people.
Yes, we did.
3 civilians.
At one point, we interviewed 3 civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and 2 witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night prior, and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And these are individuals that you made the assessment had either been with or shortly been with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive, correct?
Based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was with him right before he was seen alive, and the other 2,
Before he was last seen alive.
Mm-hmm.
one of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive, and 2 of the individuals saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe together.
And those same 2 individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive at the waterfall, correct?
All three of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all three of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview when Mr. O'Keefe
Why won't he say it?
You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all three people,
Did y'all hear what he just said?
named McCabe,
He slipped up.
Howard.
He
Those
slipped
are
up.
the three people that you had information from, correct?
You're slipped up. Right?
Which information? We had information for a lot of different sources at that point in time.
You're just
We're
slipped.
talking about the first three interviews that you did, the first three civilian interviews you did that morning. Still on the same thing. You mentioned talking to three people at a residence in Canton. Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe. All three were at 34 Fairview when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that would have a motive to lie if they were somehow involved, right?
Can you answer that,
He can.
Sergeant?
No, Your Honor.
You're a professional investigator,
Right.
correct?
That's correct.
Homicide investigator, right?
That's correct.
Many years of experience, right? Say yes?
I don't know what many means to you,
No,
but
of course not. Let me, how many years of experience?
in homicide,
Correct.
10 next week.
Okay. Does that sound like many?
I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think many is.
Right.
Yuri.
Suspects ever lied to you?
Yes.
Suspects lie to you all the time, don't they?
All the time is not accurate. They lie about certain things to create an alibi for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated stories.
And if someone
all the
has
time would mean that they're constantly lying about everything.
Yuri.
you understand the colloquialism all the time?
Right.
I do not know the term colloquialism.
Okay, let's try it a different way.
This is ignorant.
If these three individuals were involved in the death of John O'Keefe or knew others who were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, who they were close to, they would have a motive to lie about that, correct?
Objection.
But you took these three individuals just at their word based on those first three interviews, correct?
No, not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
Right.
I did not go into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
You didn't ask them to come together to the station, correct?
That's correct. I did not ask them to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer McCabe at her home, Brian Albert happened to be there, correct?
He was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with Brian Albert, yes.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely not.
Totally normal for you to conduct a formal interview in a homicide case and have an extra person show up at the house just to be there?
With a whole husband.
Absolutely. Cooperating witnesses always try and be assisting. So cooperating witnesses would assist us.
You just use the word always. You didn't know what all the time means. Always?
AJ.
Well, they're cooperating. It's in the nature.
AJ.
Okay, maybe I misspoke. They are cooperating witnesses. So always is such a finite, definitive statement. I apologize for using it.
And if an investigator with keeping an open mind,
Gary, baby.
open to all possibilities at the beginning of the investigation, someone that you now are calling a cooperating witness might well be a suspect who's lying.
Yes, yes.
That's a possibility.
That is a possibility, yes.
I love AJ. Get to your
May I have
destination.
just a moment, Your Honor?
Pretty. That's all he got, Nikki. Apologies and ignorance. That's all he got. Bia, I'm not sure why Gary looks like he doesn't have teeth. A lot of you guys have said that in the chat. Oh, look at Alexis. What question you want to ask?
I want to shift gears for a second,
I love this.
Sergeant Buchanan, and ask you about some of the physical evidence in the case. You and Mr. Proctor collected the gray sweatshirt and the orange T-shirt that we saw entered into evidence today, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about finding that evidence at Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that right?
That is where it was seized from, yes.
You described it as being on the floor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Where on the floor was it when you first saw it? Was it on the hospital floor, not the ambulance floor, correct?
When I first saw it, it was on the hospital floor, correct?
All right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph, please.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's one of the photographs taken from Mr. O'Keefe's emergency department room.
Do you recognize the shirt or shirts that you earlier described as being in that photograph?
There is an orange shirt depicted on the floor to the left side, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be marked and entered into evidence. No objection. Well, that's being marked when we approach very briefly.
Well, Tasha, I just put in the chat now, but I was saying that if I were a juror, there is so much doubt. The 5:07 a.m. call, you got the 5:07 a.m. call, the 2:27 search, the 6:20 searches that Carrie has now said she did not witness. Now we can't believe it. Do we believe Jennifer McCabe? It's just too much doubt for me to say she did it. And that's the crazy part about this. If you want me to believe Karen did it, then you've got to explain everything else. You've got to explain it. You've got to explain their timeline. Their timeline is all over the place now, because I think the text message was at 12:23 or 12:24. Now, I didn't think of this until right now. When I'm gonna pull up somewhere, I could be 2 streets over and I'm gonna say, I'm pulling up. I'm gonna say something like that. I might say here. Because you want the person to go ahead and come out. What if that's what Ron was doing? He texted at 12:23, but he really didn't get there to 12:26, 12:27, closer to 12:30. What if that's it? They're saying their time, they opened and said this man was gone at 12:31. Their own witness got on the stand and said that the last interaction on his phone was at 12:32. Their timeline is off. They don't know when this man was hurt. They don't know what happened to him. I really want to know if she really ever said anything about this head. It's like, I feel like that was said in the last trial. I just don't remember. I don't remember. But no way Karen thinking whatever was going on with his head 2 days prior was what happened when they found him. Well, Ms. Sheila, they cut the clothes off when they were working on him at the hospital. Remember the
Your Honor,
nurse?
with permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Because he was still alive. They were still trying to say
Sergeant Buchanan, this is Exhibit 110. You just mentioned seeing an orange shirt. Do you have a laser pointer with you? If you don't, I can grab you one.
I do.
Can you point for the jurors where you were describing the orange? Just pick whichever TV you want to use.
he should be unemployed. Yuri shouldn't even be working at the police academy, honestly.
Yes. You worked early.
This is
It did, yes.
That's a beast. That should work. Just tell me which TV you're going to look at so the jurors understand and can follow.
I'll do the one to my right so the jurors can see. There is something orange right there on the floor.
Does that appear to be on top of something darker?
It does appear to be on top of possibly a darker item of clothing, possibly the jeans. I'm not sure exactly from here what that is.
Do you believe, as you sit here, and I'm asking it open because I don't know what the answer is. Do you believe, as you sit here, that that's the orange shirt and or the gray sweatshirt and or the jeans?
If we can zoom in, I could probably pick out the pattern. So from here, it looks like it's a cut fabric, indicating that it most likely is the orange shirt. The jeans, you can see the belt loop through the jeans on the left side. I would say that that is Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay, if you could unzoom that for me. One more question.
Oh, God, there got his thoughts, yeah.
Left leg and right leg from about the
He had on
little lower than mid thigh down, correct?
Mid thigh down, I see his legs, yes.
Okay, you see his right knee?
The interior portion of it, yes.
Okay, do you see any scrapes or marks or cuts or abrasions on that right knee?
Not from this point, no.
Thank you, we can take that down. May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, the laser point?
Yeah.
Which one? I think it's this one. They're both the same.
AJ is amazing, Didi. I love him. They call it time of death at the hospital, Jasmine. They did a
Sorry
lot
about
to
that.
save him.
Can we display the photo one more time, Ms. Johnson? We don't need to turn the lights off. Take a look to the left. Could you zoom in on the chair? Do you see that item sitting on the chair, Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down. Concerning the two shirts that you earlier testified to as being sopping wet, did you bag those shirts? Well, did you bag those shirts or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
We bagged them together. If my memory is not failing me, I believe he picked it up and I held the bag open. But I could be wrong. Maybe I picked it up and he held the bag open.
That's fine. The two of you together got them in a bag.
Yes.
Was it a paper bag or a plastic bag?
It was a large paper bag, the size of like a lawn leaf bag you would get for disposing your yard waste.
Okay. Is it specifically an evidence bag or was it something that y'all came up with on the spot?
It's a bag that was provided by Crime Scene Services.
Okay. So it's an official law enforcement type bag. What, a grocery bag?
It was not a grocery bag. It was a large bag.
Okay, understood. Did both shirts go in the same bag?
Yep.
All the clothing items that were in the pile went into the same bag.
Does that include the jeans and belt and boxer shorts?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You went from Good Samaritan, straight to Dighton. correct?
Yes.
And you are the one that put the bag in your, the super cab of your pickup truck?
Yes.
And then from
Yeah.
Dighton,
All
you went
close
over to
together.
Canton PD, is that right?
Yes, we did.
And then from Canton PD, ultimately, before the night was out, you ended up back at the Norfolk DA's office, which is where you and Michael Proctor officed at the time, correct?
Yes.
When exactly, if you recall, did you lay out the clothing? You indicated it was sopping wet. You laid it out on a butcher paper. When was that?
It was during the evening hours once we arrived to the Canton office.
It was about 10 p.m., I'm guessing?
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
I have just a moment.
Yes, evidence can go on anything, Erica. They just put everything together in one bag.
Sergeant, I just want to get the record as clear as possible. Did you testify at a hearing last year, at a proceeding last year here in this courtroom, that it was about 10 o'clock at night when you finally got the clothing laid out on the butcher paper?
Based on the context on the question, I might have estimated it to be
Okay.
around 10. I would have to take a look at the exact language being used.
That's fair. I'm not trying to hold you to anything. I just want to make sure we get it as clear as possible. Mayor, Coach?
Yes.
Highlight your question, sir.
Shannon, I still can't wrap my mind around that.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, does that refresh your recollection as to about the time that you ended up at the office to lay out those items on the butcher paper?
That refreshes my memory to my testimony prior.
And that was about your prior testimony, it was about 10 p.m.?
When asked about what time the items were laid out, I indicated previously it was 10 o'clock approximately.
You didn't stay there all night with those clothes?
No, I did not.
You left the clothes with Michael Proctor, did you not?
Oh,
I can't testify to leaving them, quote unquote, with Michael Proctor. We laid them out together in the drying area on the butcher paper. And then at some point, I secured from the office. I don't have a memory if he left with me or if he remained to do additional tasks in the office too. No.
how you don't remember him?
You
Whatever we have to
indicated
do.
that those clothes stayed in that room starting on January 29th, 2022, so that they could dry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ultimately, they were bagged after they were dried, correct?
At some point they were, yes.
Who had access to that room where they were laid out on butcher paper in those intervening, those subsequent days?
Anyone that had access to the office with a proper key card authorization would have access to that
And
area.
of course, that includes you as a supervisor, correct?
It does.
It also includes Michael Proctor.
It does.
And those items were bagged on February 4th. Is that right?
I don't have a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that and supporting that statement, I will definitely look at it.
Baby, he acting like Jim McCabe up there. I don't want to. Look at me. I'm acting like him. I don't want to say yes, but if you could show me something in support of that statement, I'll gladly agree. Because I don't think a chief testified.
Sergeant, while we're looking for this piece of paper, you remember looking at the bag that the clothing items were in, at this point, just the jeans?
Earlier today, sir?
Yes.
I do remember looking at the bag, yes.
Okay, and the bag has a label on it, obviously, that's generated when items are bagged?
It has multiple labels, yes.
Okay. Did you see the label today that it indicated it was bagged on February 4th?
I didn't pay attention to it, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If you could take a look at those 3 pages briefly, that's a colloquy that may refresh your recollection.
I don't know what the colloquy means. Can you?
Colloquy, back and forth conversation.
I see.
Nothing wrong with saying you don't know what he's talking about. Okay. You didn't miss anything too much right now. It's been kind of chill. Yuri, since they told him to answer yes or no, he's been a lot better. Well, Paris, he's about to show you that's what he wants to do. See, that's what I see. It's probably cold in there too. That's like me. I'm always yawning in here because it's chilly. So that's why I always have on a jacket. I should just turn the air down. But you know you like it's probably really cold in there though. Yeah, Raynette, I don't think you've missed much. We've kind of walked through. We kind of gone through the clothing that he collected, the fact that they just threw all the clothes in one bag together. Not evidence bags, just bags, which I think would have been fine if you separated the clothing. But here we go. Shalon, he might be up there until lunch tomorrow at the rate he's going. If Hank had him until 2:15, 2:30, he's going to be up here until lunch tomorrow.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir? Did reviewing that document refresh your recollection as to the date that those items were ultimately bagged and labeled?
Yes, based on the tag on the bag, when I previously looked at it, it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items are actually placed in the bag?
I don't know that to be true.
Because you didn't place them in the bag, Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did.
I don't know who placed them in the bag.
It wasn't you.
It was not me, no.
But the case officer, Mr. Proctor, had access to that room and was taking control over those clothing items for those 6 days that they were drying on the butcher paper, correct?
That's not necessarily correct. It could have been the evidence officers
Missy,
bagging the evidence once it's dried and processing it. I highly doubt Trooper Proctor had access to the beast machine to print that label.
Right. I'm not asking if he printed the label. I'm asking if he bagged the item and walked it up to the evidence locker and the label was printed up there.
Again, I don't know who bagged the items.
That would be normal protocol, though, correct?
Somebody else bagging the items?
No, the case officer bagging the items. He's the one that seized it along with you. He laid them out on the butcher paper along with you. He would be the one to gather them up. I mean, the evidence officer is not going to come down there and do that without the case officer knowing, correct?
Not necessarily. Right. The evidence officer's responsibility is to handle the evidence. So I don't know who handled the evidence that day.
How would the evidence officer know to go down there? How would he know that there were clothing items being laid out to dry on butcher paper unless the case officer told him?
They would walk by it every day and see it. That's their workstation. So they would know that, hey, this evidence is drying. There's only 4 detectives in the office at that time working on this case. We communicate daily.
That's what he's saying.
They would know that, hey, it's dried. Let's bag it up.
Well, that's a lot of speculation, especially from the supervisor. Literally, who just said, I have no idea. They weren't communicating with you, were they?
I was giving you an an explanation
You're
of what
just
could have
shut up.
happened.
Right.
Just sharp.
Speculation about what could have happened, right?
Well, I certainly did not bag that item.
Right. But your best estimate would be, knowing the protocols at the MSP and in your unit, would be the case officer who's controlling the items of evidence would have bagged it and submitted in
Oh, they
into
walking
the evidence log.
forward.
I do not know who bagged it.
I can't stand you.
So for 6 days, anybody who had access to that room could have handled that clothing in any way they wanted to.
That's correct.
And that includes former Trooper Michael Proctor.
That's correct.
Do you have any kind of log to document what was happening or who was handling those items of clothing during that 6-day period before it was bagged?
No.
Any kind of a log?
I don't have a document logging the clothing laying out there. It was documented in reports and processing, I believe. But
Have you ever seen a log? I'm not talking about a report after the fact. I'm talking about a log, real-time log, indicating who may have come in and handled or touched or manipulated those clothes in that 6-day span of time.
I have never seen a log like that, no.
The fact is, we don't have a single document establishing the chain of custody for those items between January 29th and February 4th. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely not correct.
Oh, where is it?
Where's the log of the document logging what happened to it?
We seized the clothing. It was in our possession. It was transferred for processing.
Where is
Sergeant, I'm asking you about a log, a written piece of paper, something that looks like this. It's got writing on it that logs the item
Now this guy right
between
though.
January 29th and February 4th. That doesn't exist, does it?
No.
We did not create a log to document the documentation,
Thank
so
That's all he
be
wanted.
redundant, really.
Redundant.
You indicated on direct examination that you personally participated in 2 searches at 34 Fairview, one on February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
That is not right.
What did I get wrong?
I was also there on the 3rd, 4th, and 10th.
I'm so sick of him.
Who did you go with on the 3rd?
That was Trooper DeChico, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours. I think earlier I said it was somewhere between 8:39, 9:30. I could have been half an hour later. I'm not exactly positive on the exact time we began the excavation.
And the other 2 searches were the next day, February 4th, and then February 10th.
The next time I was at Fairview Road and involved in a collection of evidence was on the 4th, when Canton PD documented the one piece and I collected, and then the 10th.
Claudia said, return him to Timu. I just don't understand how he can sit on this stand and lie like this. I don't even know if he's lying about everything, but sitting on that stand and saying that Michael Proctor was professional and had integrity.
Was anything recovered on February, let's take them in order, on February 3rd?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's hat, straw, I believe red and clear plastic taillight pieces. There was those are the items that were recovered amongst
That's on the
some of
3rd. Okay, what about the 4th?
The fourth was the red taillight piece that we displayed, I believe, that Canton PD notified me of when I was already en route there.
When you say Canton PD, who was it that notified you, if you remember?
There was, at the scene, there was Chief Berkowitz, a couple of detectives.
Sergeant Lank, does that sound right?
I do not know. I can't say yes or no. I don't recall specifically. It was raining hard, so I grabbed the item and left.
Okay. Did you write a report? I'm gonna combine these into all three dates together. Did you write any report? Actually, I won't do that. Let me ask them individually. Did you write any report about your search on the 3rd?
Somebody authored a report. I'm not sure.
I'm asking about you.
I can't. There's over 100 reports. I'd have to take a look which report documents my activity that day.
Do you remember, as you sit here, authoring a report about your conduct or your activity on February 4th, the next day?
I don't have a memory of it, no.
Do you have a memory of authoring a report yourself about your conduct on February 10th, your activity on February 10th?
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory.
The reality,
Right, Miss Sheila.
Sergeant, is that no report was written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023.
What?
Correct?
That could be possible, yes.
So literally the documentation of these three searches about which you've testified today, the documentation did not exist until, what is that math, 17, 18 months later?
What the hell?
That is not true. Each bag that the evidence went into was documented, the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene.
And by the way, we're going to get to that in a second, the evidence bags. A report is designed to memorialize exactly what happens, when it happens, why it happened, who was there, what time it happened, things of that nature, correct?
That is one of the purposes, or some of the purposes behind the report, absolutely, yes.
And the report in this case that documented these three searches involving you, Trooper Proctor, I think Trooper DeChico, even Canton PD officers, there was no memorialization in a report until nearly 18 months later. Is that right?
It's possible, yeah. We
Why?
write reports at different times. Yeah.
I want to ask you about this February 4th visit to the crime scene. You indicated that sometime in the morning, 8:45, 9 a.m., something like that, you responded?
On the 4th, sir?
On the 4th.
I was driving to work, so I would have to say 8:45 or so. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact timestamp, but if you know, if you have something to refresh my memory, I could tell you if that's accurate.
I'm not going to hold you to the exact time. It was in the morning on the 4th.
It was.
All right. Did you know Chief of Police Ken Berkowitz before you responded on the 4th to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I knew who he was. I had met him previously, and he was present on the 29th when the vehicle was delivered to the Sallyport.
He was actually in the Sallyport, at least at some time, when the vehicle was delivered, correct?
He did too.
He was there at some point. I had a conversation with him.
Okay. Tall guy, short guy?
Chief Berkowitz was a shorter guy.
Okay. Do you know who Brian Higgins is?
I do.
What's your relationship with Brian Higgins? Or what was it? I should be more pointed to this, Sergeant. What was your relationship back in 2022, January of 2022?
Brian Higgins was a federal agent, and I crossed paths with him on a couple of investigations, strictly professional relationship, a federal agent and a state trooper.
So not a personal relationship, more of a professional relationship.
Correct.
Did you know him to have a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz?
I did not know.
Didn't Brian Higgins actually tell you and Michael Proctor in an interview that he had a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz? He called him one of his better friends.
Sustained, yes, get that.
Sure. During the course of your investigation, did you learn, although you may not have personal knowledge of it, did you learn that Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz had some sort of a personal relationship?
If you show me a report stating that, I would like to take a look. If it's written in a report authored by me or that I approved, I will take it for to be fact.
As you sit here now, you don't have a memory of that conversation with Brian Higgins?
Do I have a memory of having a conversation with him
No,
and him sharing that information with me?
That's it.
I don't have a memory of him sharing that information, but if you have a report that was authored by me or Michael Proctor or any trooper in our office that says that, I will take it as gospel and testify to it.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take up the time to look for it. We'll put our hands on that. But in the meantime, let me ask you a few other questions. You were contacted and told to respond to 34 Fairview because Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something while he was driving by, correct?
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry?
February 4th.
Yes. He indicated that he was driving by and saw a piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
I would take that to be factual. I mean, if he's driving by, I would take it to be in the car
and
at speed.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about, by the way, about how old was Chief Berkowitz when you met him out at 34 Fairview in 2022?
How old?
How old? Estimate. Was he in his 50s, 60s, 70s?
I have no idea how old Chief Berkowitz was.
He said estimated.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a small piece of red taillight from his car. Is that right?
Sustained.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a red something from his car, correct?
Sustained.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz after you learned this information about him driving by? Did you question Chief Berkowitz about how he could possibly see a piece of red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by 34 Fairview in the first place?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about the fact that his department had been conflicted from the case, at least in part, because of a, as you put it, a perceived or possible perception of a conflict of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about whether or not he was aware that there was a conflict of interest between Canton PD and this investigation?
No, I didn't question, no.
Did you think that was important at the time to talk to him about that conflict of interest?
No.
Because just days earlier, the Canton Police Department had in fact recused itself from interviews because of a potential conflict of interest, right?
To prevent any perceived conflict of interest, they recused themselves from being involved in interviews. I wasn't pairing up with Chief Berkowitz to interview the taillight piece. I mean, I don't.
No, I didn't figure that you were going to interview the taillight piece. We all make a comment. I'm trying to get to a point. 3 or 4 days after, 5 days after, 6 days after, Canton PD recuses itself from these parts of the investigation because of a perceived conflict of interest. The brother of the homeowner, being a detective, the chief of that department drives by in a car and supposedly sees a piece of plastic. Right?
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Sustained.
Was your understanding, at least at the time, that the whole purpose of the recusal was so there would not be a perception of a conflict of interest? To avoid that?
I didn't give it much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence, I just knew that I needed more manpower. And the Canton police, being, having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet, it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up that morning.
With his detectives, they were at the location. They weren't standing outside. They were in their vehicles because it was raining really heavily.
Well,
Can we end at this?
we can, Your Honor.
All right.
Sure.
All right, so Sergeant, we'll be bringing you back tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Folks, that's it for today.
Did you know him to have a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz?
Authored by me.
I'm trying to.
Let me ask you a few other questions. You were contacted and told to respond to 34 Fairview because Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something while he was driving by, correct?
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry?
February 4th.
Yes. He indicated that he was driving by and saw piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
I would take that to be factual. I mean, if he's driving by, I would take it to be in a car
and
at speed.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about, by the way, about how old was Chief Berkowitz when you met him out at 34 Fairview in 2022?
How old?
How old? Estimate. Was he in his 50s, 60s, 70s?
I have no idea how old Chief Berkowitz was.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a small piece of red taillight from his car. Is that right? Objection. He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a red something from his car, correct? Objection. Did you question Chief Berkowitz after you learned this information about him driving by? Did you question Chief Berkowitz about how he could possibly see a piece of red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by 34 Fairview in the first place?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about the fact that his department had been conflicted from the case, at least in part, because of a, as you put it, a perceived or possible perception of a conflict of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about whether or not he was aware that there was a conflict of interest between Canton PD and this investigation?
No, I didn't question, no.
Did you think that was important at the time to talk to him about that conflict of interest?
No.
Because just days earlier, the Canton Police Department had in fact recused itself from interviews because of a potential conflict of interest, right?
To prevent any perceived conflict of interest, they recused themselves from being involved in interviews. I wasn't pairing up with Chief Berkowitz to interview the taillight piece. I mean, I don't.
No, I didn't figure that you were going to interview the taillight piece. We all get comment. I'm trying to get to a point. 3 or 4 days after, 5 days after, 6 days after, Canton PD recuses itself from these parts of the investigation because of a perceived conflict of interest. The brother of the homeowner being a detective, the chief of that department drives by in a car and supposedly sees a piece of plastic. Right?
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Okay, y'all. I went back to play it because I was trying to see why you guys were saying that did Brian Higgins snitch, but when he was talking about Brian were you guys saying Brian Higgins or Brian Albert? Because the name was Brian Higgins. That's the relationship they were talking about. Did Brian Higgins tell you that he and the chief were close friends? That's the relationship that they were talking about. But I don't believe this chief just in the rain. And he said, Yuri saying it was pouring down raining. You just riding by and in the rain, you see stuff. It's hard for me to believe that those people were in that house and weren't looking in their yard for stuff, weren't trying to come outside and do it. It's hard for me to believe that. It's just hard for me to read. It's hard. I mean, the man was old. He was older. Hell, what was his vision like? Because I'm gonna tell you now, if I'm telling you, I barely see going straight. I'm supposed to just be driving, riding by, looking in the yard. I don't know. He saw that tail light in the rain. It's just every time these witnesses from the Commonwealth speak, it just gets worse and worse. I mean, harder and harder for me to believe what they're saying. Thank you for becoming a member, Danielle. I appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome. I know you're here all the time, but still, thank you. She said, Pretty said, I can barely see my driveway driving at 2 miles an hour in the rain. It's hard for me to believe it. So, okay, y'all, before we end, because y'all know we'll do panel later. Before we end, I need a word that describes Yuri today. I got a word. That's my word for Yuri today. Fam, and you remember everyone was instructed to ride past this house. I'm going to say 6:30 still because I'm only going to be on for about 2 hours. You know, Court of Opinion starts back tonight. It's Thursday, so I'll only be on about 2 hours. You can take asshole, obnoxious, incompetent, liar. Yes, Danielle, know. Cover upper. Unbelievable, criminal, unprofessional, unemployed. Losing 5 days just doesn't seem like enough for me. Court is over, Key. Court is over. T said, out of there. Something has to happen to him. Lost, useless, smug. I think that's a really great word. I think that's a great word for him too. I don't understand why he is the way he is and why he's just coming off so nasty when he doesn't have to. But hey, irritating. My niece loves to say the word irritating. That's her favorite word when she's mad. And pathetic. That's the other one. Key, Bev ended court. Alice said they got about 10 minutes before Bev starts. That was at 3:50. I said, I don't think we're going to make it to 4 o'clock. I don't think we're going to make the 10 minutes. She ended court at 3:57. 3:57. At this point, I'm starting to think she has made a promise to them that she's going to end court at a certain time. Because why couldn't he go to 4? He could have asked 3 or 4 more questions. Now I think he'll be on this stand until lunch tomorrow. He will be up there because y'all, we hadn't looked at the video. You know, he's gonna want to ask him about the drinking video. He's gonna pull up the Sally Port video. That's gonna be 30 to 45 minutes. We gotta pull that up. We gotta pull up the Ring camera video. They talked about the Wi-Fi. There's so much that they have to ask this man. And then remember, they're not bringing Proctor up. So a lot of the stuff has to go through Yuri. They're probably not bringing Tully up. So here we go. She said Bev almost worked to 4. It's against her religion. Crab walking in the Cape. Something's going on because she's not going past 4. Listen, Bev is me. Thank you, fam. Bev is me. I'm shutting down my computer. If I get out there at 4 o'clock, When I worked for those 3-letter people, they gave 18 minutes. So you can start your shutdown process 18 minutes before you get off. Child, by the time 4 o'clock get here, I'm probably at the door already. I'm probably already at the door. I just shut down, clean my computer. I've cleaned everything, and it's time to go. It's time to go. So that's how I am. Bev seems to be the same way. And think about the fact Bev still got to go to the back. She got to take that robe off. She may have to just scream because I'm sure Yuri was getting on her nerve too. So she's got to do all of that. Then she gets ready to go home. So there's that. There is that. Tasha, at the IRS, it's called 18 minutes. You can go into temp, especially if you were on the phones. If you're not on the phone still, you got the 18 customer service agents, especially. Don't try to stay on that phone until you get out, baby. I'm wrapping the call up. You have 18 minutes before and after your shift. Listen, it's time to go. I get off at 3, but that computer is shut down at 2:55. Yes, ma'am. You have to have a little wiggle room in there. I don't want to. I'm not answering a call. I'm not answering a call if it's within 15 minutes. No, not doing that. But the call running over, I'm going to do something to get you off the line. Let's hurry up and finish what we got to do. Very rare that I would stay over. Miss Teresa, I used to be a hot mess working in the office. If I got off at 3:30, I'm taking my last 15-minute break at 3:10. Now, Miss Cherie, not the 15-minute break right when you get ready to get off. Ciao. Amina, yeah, I've pulled that one too. Let me place you on hold. You know, at the IRS, you can put them on hold for 5 to 7 minutes. You just got to come and check in. Do something on your screen. I mean, I don't know. You're gonna have to. If I'm about to get off, I'm gonna put you on hold. 5 to 7 minutes. That's enough time to put them on hold. Run to the restroom. Come back. Get ready to pack up. That's it. That's it. That's enough time. She said, I start announcing I leave at 3:30. And I'm not gonna call her because I'm about to get off. I'll see her later. And she got court of opinion tonight. But I'm about to get off. I got to start doing my child's hair. She on her way here. But I'll see y'all on TikTok a little later. My dog is right here. I'm sure it's 3. It's time for her. It's 4 o'clock, actually. Time for Miss Ma'am to go out. And I think she's trying to let me know it's time. So I will, this the only job you stayed overtime, apparently, by according to my child key. She said, I like to work overtime at this job. Now I can go as I please. I know that's right, Nikki. I know that's right. But I will see you guys later. Court of opinion tonight at 9 o'clock on Miss Jefferson Stead's page. Y'all know it's like, she call it our relaxed day where we get to put court away. You hear some really crazy stories. You act as the jury for the stories that are coming in from Miss J. It is every Thursday at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on her page. I'll be on TikTok. We're going to do a panel. So if you have some things you want to say about the Karen Reed trial, come up. But y'all know TikTok a little different. So act right over there, okay? But I'll be on there. I'll be on my page at 6:30. We'll do 6:30 to 8:30 so that we're off in time for a court of opinion. But thank you guys so much for all of the super chats, the likes. Shout out to my amazing mods. Thank you. For people asking again, why is the chat so slow? It helps me because the chat is one of my favorite parts of doing streaming as well. So thank you to my mods for everything that you guys do. I really, really appreciate it so much. Keith, not you came in here being messy. Bye, everybody. I'm going to see y'all later. Thank you. And happy birthday. Again, Kiss, Krona, Paris. I saw you said you had a birthday a couple of days ago. Happy birthday to everybody. It's Taurus season. I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye.